It's 5:31. 5:32. We're going to start the meeting. Did everyone sign in?
Living bones.
Yes.
All right. Recording of members and guests present. Introductions as needed. There are new faces here tonight. Let's go around and just say our names. Harley Cudney, Chair. The Secretary is?
Grace Larson.
Corey Rail, Treasurer. Joni Lee.
Quiet, please.
Lauren Herbert.
Joy Croft. Molly Beveridge. Carol Herbert. Sue Laporte. Julie Mack. Jenna Hayes. Rhonda Schlein. Eve Shaw.
Gordon Dawson.
Nancy Marlino. Julie Haley. Joanne Van Meter. Bob Sherman. Martha Sherman.
And in the back, we have the erstwhile William doing recording. He will be leaving at 6:30, 6:40. The recording will continue. Review of operating norms. Focus on agenda topics. Be open-minded. Respect each other. Value different viewpoints. Be responsive and responsible to our community. Make decisions based on data and facts. Listen to each other. Be reflective. Run meetings that respect time, have concise agendas, and are transparent. Addition or deletion of agenda items and agenda approval. I have an addition. It was suggested to me and I wasn't sure what it was about, and then I was convinced to put it on there. So after the director's evaluation plan, succession planning.
So do you want us to make a motion to add that to the agenda?
Do we want to do it all, or singly?
No, yeah.
Okay.
No, don't we usually approve as amended?
Yeah, I just have another addition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other ones?
Nothing.
That we need to have an action item to vote on presenting the salaries to the select board. And the salary next week?
Because we did that in executive session, but we did not vote on it in open session?
Correct.
Thank you, Corey.
And just, I guess, it's to allow the treasurer to present the salaries to the select board. I was looking through the bylaws, and it's the duty of the treasurer to do that.
Thank you. Are there any other addition or deletion of agenda items? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make that motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Public comment. There's 2 periods for public comment. The first period is limited to 10 minutes. Does anyone want to make a public comment? Martha?
I'd just like to express appreciation for the fact that Christine has put energy into starting a new book group, and I attended the first meeting on November 2nd. It was a Saturday, and I thought it was a very stimulating discussion, and she had arranged to get books of the Vermont Read of the Year, the book Gather, and she had been able to get, and she and Adele, I think, probably helped, had been able to get 6 or 7 copies. So it was a very stimulating discussion, and well led by Christine.
Thank you, Martha. Do you recommend the book?
Yes, I do, highly.
Joanne?
I was there as well, and I'd like to second what Martha has said.
And Christine plans on, in 2025, leading more book discussions. So hopefully more people will come.
Thank you, Joanne. Sue, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I have a petition started to demand the resignation or removal of the Pawlet Library Board Chair, Harley Cudney. The petition reads, "We, the residents, parents, and patrons of the Pawlet Public Library, are shocked and concerned about the lack of transparency, accountability, and leadership of the current Library Board of Trustees Chair, Harley Cudney. Mr. Cudney's demonstrated an incredible lack of self-control in public forums concerning the library's operations and procedures. He has willfully ignored the bylaws of the library. He has shown an inability to follow the rules and procedures of chairing a public board. Instead, Mr. Cudney runs the library and the Library Board of Trustees in a manner that suits only him and not the needs and wishes of the community it serves. Trust in the Library Board of Trustees and its governance of the library must be restored. It is our belief that the only way that this can be achieved and confidence in one of Pawlet's most cherished resources can begin to be restored is with the resignation or removal of Harley Cudney." Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Seeing none, whoops.
Julie Mack, Pawlet. I have had for a very long time a lot of opinions about a lot of the things that are happening at the library on the board level, and because of my role as town treasurer and also because of my role as a chair of the school board, I've mostly kept quiet. I cannot find the words to adequately express how concerned I was after watching the last meeting and hearing the chair say that they were actively trying to avoid telling the truth about library-owned property, not only to the public, but to the board members. That is something that is unfathomable to me as a chair of a board. I cannot imagine ever withholding information from my board members or the public, especially the public. You are a publicly elected body, and I have given you a very lot of grace because if anyone in this community can tell you how thankless your job is, it is me. Your job is thankless, but your job is important. And your transparency and honesty and willing to admit when you have made a mistake is of the utmost importance. And your behavior is disturbing. And I could not sit home tonight without saying that. Thank you.
Was a mistake admitted to in that meeting?
Are you kidding me, Harley? Enough with the semantics. You know exactly what I was saying. You admitted in that meeting that you were avoiding telling the truth.
Was the mistake admitted to in that meeting?
Harley!
8 minutes.
For God's sakes! There's a forest and there's trees. We all know it. Semantics with you is a joke. It's a joke. You know what I'm saying. All of you know what I'm saying. Every single one of you up there knows what I'm saying. There was zero reason for a computer to leave this library and go anywhere but to the IT specialist. Zero. And there was even less reason for you not to admit to the board exactly what happened to that computer.
Did I admit to the board exactly what happened to that computer?
I don't know, Harley, did you? Why don't you tell us?
You said it, you dropped it.
And how do you get the computer to the IT specialist?
By taking it to your house first? By taking it to your house first, Harley.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is
approval of
something
minutes
else.
from the
It's not been
8th
10
of
minutes.
October minute?
It's not been 10 minutes of public comment. Is that what you
I
have?
asked if there was any more public comment, there was no
Well, there
answer.
That's wrong. There was a hand raised.
Sue, you're speaking for the second time. Is it the same subject?
No.
I'll comment.
Go ahead.
I'm new to this town. What I know of this subject is from the paper. I am gleaning a lot of strife, and I find it really brave for people to stand up in the way that they have and I admire that as also a board chair. Again, transparency is everything, but I don't want to speak about this particular situation, only that I think it's very important to have transparency.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Thank you. Approval of minutes, 8th of October, regular meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion, I have an item. I would like the record to reflect on page 1, under the bullet, Lindsay explains she was aware of this grant, comma, and had completed, and it goes on. After the comma, I would like to add her words, which were, and had informed the board chair, Harley, about it.
I don't recall the conversation, but I do know that she said that she had informed the entire board and that she had put it in her director's report and the board had been made aware. And I did find it in the minutes
Yes.
of a previous meeting, so she had spoken about it.
Yes, but I want to add her specific statement. I had informed the board chair, Harley, about it.
Different from the entire board, or I guess I
I'm
don't
just saying
know.
what her words were.
You're picking out
Semantics, yeah.
small bits. And she told the whole board and she told you.
Well, could you,
Right?
sorry, could you explain the relevance of
Yeah.
stating that specifically?
Because those were her exact words. And I want to make a point that they are recorded in the record.
But what is the relevance of having those exact words? I mean, I'm sure that there are a lot of exact words that didn't get transcribed, and that's probably a good thing because it would be like 50 pages, but how, or more, what is the importance of putting that specifically in the minutes?
Because this is what she said, and it, to me, is a very important point.
Why?
I don't need to defend why. I am quoting her words. Anyone who goes back and looks at the recording, anyone who looks at the recording,
You always ask
I'm
why.
speaking to the
I think
board.
you mean listens to the recording, and I'm sure, I'm just saying, like, we could listen to the recording for any number of specific, wording, and I'm curious as to why that is so important. If you're asking for it to be added, then I would imagine you would have a reason.
It's very important to me because my recollection is different.
So you're denying that you were told that?
I think
I
that
don't
what
want
we're
to
talking
get
about
into
was
that
specifically...
discussion. I want to get into correcting the minutes or adding this quote
Specific.
to the minutes. And the quote occurred, and I've already heard, I said this and I said that at this meeting, and apparently words are important.
Harley, is it the part about, that she had completed the first part of the grant, not the grant itself? Because the grant itself, you guys were all informed about in May of 2023, but was it the part, what part are you, I saw it in the...
I'll read it again.
Sure.
Lindsay explains that she was aware of this grant and had informed the board chair, Harley, about it.
Are we talking about the ear loop one, or are we
No, this is
the
the big
buildings
one.
one?
The capital projects
I
grant.
guess it's just hard for us, it's out of context, but
yeah.
it's important to him, so.
Okay.
Harley, there's a hand raised for discussion.
We are in the discussion part, and after the board discusses, then we open it to the public for discussion before we make a decision.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion among the board? Hand raised. Julie?
In my time on all boards that I've ever existed on, I have never seen meeting minutes that have direct quotes about anything other than action items taken by the board, and I don't understand why we would change that now for this particular reason, unless and until, as Corey mentioned, you want to put everybody's exact quotes all the time.
When it is significant, it can go in the minutes. Other questions?
I suppose none of us understand the significance. You're saying it's significant, we have to trust that it is. Why? It's confusing.
Since it is a quote, there's no reason to leave it out. Question?
Having watched the last meeting, the recording of the last meeting, I would say there's many significant quotes in that that are also not in the minutes. So
Would
I
you like
agree
to
that-
suggest any to be included?
No, what I'm asking is, unless you're gonna have a court stenographer in here taking down a deposition and a transcript, I don't think it's relevant to pick and choose which quotes get entered into the minutes. I'm on a school board and I take the minutes, I don't enter exact quotes.
And our minutes do tend to be, include a lot more context and quotes than is required. It has come in handy. It has been painful to assemble. Often we come into these meetings and people say, I want my words actually included in the minutes.
How often, Harley? Once?
Actually, that happened to me and I didn't get
And it
included in
didn't
the
get put
minutes.
in, and it was once.
And this was prior to my being on the board.
I don't agree that it was once.
It was once,
That's it.
Harley.
Hannah?
I think the question is fair as to asking the importance of this specification on this quote.
Let me ask for the defense of why it should not go in the minutes.
That's totally
Why should it
relevant,
not go in the minutes to the board?
Harley just
To the
asked me
board.
though, because I
Okay.
asked the question.
I'm sorry, what were you asking the board?
I'm asking the board, why should it not go in the minutes?
I can't think of a reason why it doesn't need to go in the minutes, but I'd like to add something else to the minutes as well.
Oh, sure.
I'd like to add the quote, then if,
Let's finish this first,
Sure.
addition first. Any other comments, questions about this?
I feel dismissed.
Sorry?
I feel like I asked the question, what is the importance of this to you based on other quotes or other references that this is so important to make this correct?
That will become apparent,
answer.
but I'm not prepared to discuss that now.
So we don't have a clip of it, actually, so,
Well, a clip of what?
of the exact quote. So
Sorry.
we're taking your word for it
Yes.
then, I guess, too?
I believe it was recorded.
Right, I know, but
What?
you're not providing a clip of it. It was
A clip?
recorded of your exact quote.
I'm asserting that that was the quote.
What minute was that on? What time?
I don't think that matters, it's just like, like the sentiment, again, the only
Yeah.
questions
We
I
can
ever ask
remove
you
it
are,
from the
what is
minutes.
the sentiment
and-
of what you're,
Oops.
the importance of what you're reiterating? Why is that so important in this?
Thank you. This is very oppositional.
I hope
And I
not.
said I have a reason, and that will become apparent
I'm assuming
in the
he's-
proper
So I
part
should-
of
so
the
your
meeting
answer
for that to
my
be
question
discussed.
is to wait, and the
But-
answer will come
Okay.
eventually.
And don't do it.
That's what I'm hearing, that's just what I want to make clear. Like
Those weren't my words.
okay, so make that clear to me then. What is your response?
I said I have a reason to make this request, and that reason will become apparent during the appropriate part of the meeting.
And so you wish not to answer my question directly.
I answered, I gave you an answer. You may not like it. I gave an answer.
Is that going to happen at this meeting?
Sorry?
Will it happen at this meeting, when the reason becomes apparent?
I'm not sure if we will get to it or not, given the pace of this.
So I shouldn't have asked, or like, it doesn't matter that I asked. Okay.
All right, I'd like to add an addition to the minutes, please.
Any more comments or questions about this? Thank you. Lauren, please.
I'd like to add then the quote that you said, Harley, I dropped it, because I don't see that reflected in the minutes.
And that I was hoping to not, well, I can't remember.
Avoid telling the truth.
I was hoping,
Hoping
yeah,
to avoid telling the truth. I'd like both those quotes added to the minutes, please.
that's fair.
Thank you. Did you catch
I
that?
think that's,
That's fair.
All right. I don't have any other changes to request in the minutes. Any more discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes?
With the amendment.
With the amended?
The amended minutes with both I dropped it, and
I was hoping not to tell the
avoid-
truth.
Yeah.
adding both I dropped it as requested and had informed the board chair Harley about it.
And
I was hoping to avoid telling the truth, or I forget what it was, but it's not just, there were two separate quotes on that.
I dropped it, I recall.
Yeah,
but I
I
was,
was hoping to avoid having to tell you.
and that was what
I
people were
don't recall
upset
for
about.
sure.
No,
I
it's-
didn't look it up on the transcript.
it's there.
Funny, they didn't either.
Yeah.
It's there.
Harley, before you started talking about the, telling the truth that you dropped it, whether you did or not, the other part was that you wanted to avoid talking about it. And there was a sentence in there that said, I wanted to avoid talking about this or telling about this. I don't have it in front of me either, but you said a sentence in there. So you can find
That
it.
sounds close enough for government work.
In addition, you said it was safe. In addition,
And you said it was safe
It was
about
safe.
4 times.
Before we found out that it was broken. So, I mean,
That specific statement that Sue made, do we want to add that to the minutes, is my
Yes,
question?
we want to add
All right.
your
Excellent.
verbatim, yes, the
Excellent.
things that you said. We don't have them on hand, so I'm sorry, Grace, we'll have to look them
I
up.
want to confirm, Sue's, that sounds very familiar to me.
I will go back and
I think some
transcribe
people
it,
have
if
it.
that's what people are asking.
Sounds like.
All right. Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye. Aye, as amended.
As amended, thank you.
Thanks, Cory.
Opposed?
Oh.
Motion carries. Secretary's report.
I'm not sure I want
there's
to,
not.
I'm not sure I want to
Sue?
answer. I'm not sure I want to answer.
I will
She's gonna look it up.
go back and listen to it.
I broke it.
Not transcription.
I broke it. Thank you.
I can do that.
Secretary's report?
I don't have anything to report.
Thank you. Treasurer's report.
All right, I have a little bit of treasurer's report, and I did get the warrant out to everybody very late, right before the meeting. Apologize for that.
I haven't seen it.
I know, it was right before the meeting. I apologize for that, but just getting into the groove of mailing out or emailing out the warrant to you. So I will pass it down. Let me see if I, It is for, I don't have it offhand actually, so you guys have it right now. It's just normal, regular expenses. I wasn't able to put the credit card charges in because I did not get an itemized breakdown of that from Christine. It was not totaled for me, so I didn't have time to add that in. I will do that in the December warrant.
Is the credit card paid?
Yes, but the breakdown didn't come to me with the totals as
What do you
normally.
mean, the breakdown? Did you see the bill?
The bill gets submitted by Christine to Julie. She also is supposed to put the categories, the expense categories in and total them up for me. She didn't do that, and so I don't have that for the warrant. And it's already paid, but there's a section that shows to be paid and amount already paid on our warrant. This time we will just have to be paid.
Question, do you ever see the bill itself?
I generally see it after they have submitted it. For timing, I've asked them to print it off from the web and go through, categorize it, and send it to Julie so that it gets paid before it's due.
So the categories are the categories on our budget sheet?
They should be, yeah.
I see. And was Christine shown how to do that?
Yes.
But
Oh, well, I don't know if she was, I'm sorry. She has done it in the past. She didn't do it this time.
she's done it in this job.
I can't answer to whether or not she's been shown how to do it.
Where is she?
I don't know, actually. I didn't.
We don't know where she is.
Oh, I should have said something. She's moving, and she asked to be excused from this meeting, and I excused her from this meeting.
How much notice did we get on that for the,
I asked her about it, actually, but I can't remember if it was yesterday or today.
sorry, so I think she's supposed to ask for permission to not come to the meetings with some notice, I think.
And also, I think the whole board should be made aware. I know that you're the conduit.
Yes,
But
Yes.
you're the liaison, but you are to communicate with the board about that, because I'm very interested in the community coordinator update that Christine was gonna give us, because Nita doesn't come to the meetings, and then she's not coming. I just don't understand why I was not made aware of that, Harley.
And I did have some questions for her as well, but did we have her report? Did she?
yes.
I mean, it's in the contract. I know she's moving. This is one night out of, like, when you move, it's not a one-day occurrence. It's like, believe me, I know. I don't understand why that's an excuse to not come to this meeting, which is important. It's also in her contract.
Actually, she didn't ask to be excused. I offered it to her.
Again, you cannot...
You just
Thank
said
you.
that.
No, thank you, because that is now public record, because that is highly inappropriate.
Oh, it is?
It is. It is. Thank you.
Was that a question or a statement? Yours, Harley?
I'm just supposed to hear and doesn't.
So,
I hope everybody
have you
heard
sat
that.
down with Christine and showed her what you need from her for your reports?
Are you talking? No, I haven't. I don't. I was given the credit card statement breakdown from Adele. She said she would show Christine how to do it. And she has done it. She just didn't do it this time. I don't know why. Maybe the moving was an issue. I don't know.
Okay. Did you convey that to her, asking her why she didn't do it this time?
No.
Okay.
But you thought she was...
I'm just stating a fact. Yeah, I didn't know. Right. I didn't realize that she wouldn't be here, and I didn't know that she hadn't done it.
But you were communicating with her about the budget right beforehand?
This is not about the budget. We're talking about...
But I'm asking, like, you had been in communication with her about the finances before.
We're talking about the...
No, I'm asking...
I'm sorry, we're talking about the warrant right now. The budget is a different
I understand, but I'm just saying
point.
that you had been communicating with her about the finances, right, beforehand?
I have, yes, but
Okay,
that's
so-
not the issue right now.
So, but like, when you were communicating with her about the finances, it would have been appropriate for you to ask about the breakdown of the credit card?
Joni, that is, what are you talking about? Like,
I'd
I'm
like
saying, what is
to,
your communication with the director?
I'd like to cut that,
I'm not attacking, I'm asking.
I'd like to cut this off. I'd like to cut that off for right now.
Why is that slick? I'm asking,
This
when she
can
was
come up-
communicating, the budget is relevant.
Joni?
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to, the budget will be, excuse me?
I'm sorry, that was really rude, Corey.
I know, but you were rude.
I was not rude. I was not rude.
Very rude.
I was not rude. I was saying you were communicating about the budget because the budget is on the table for tonight. So why
Assumption that you made.
You're raising your voice right
And you
now.
are,
you're just-
you're
I'm trying to cut this off. Hey,
You just
where's
made a
your
rude
point of
gesture at
order?
me.
Point of order.
And so of course I'm yelling. I'm
Point
feeling
of
hot.
order.
That was
order.
really, that was beyond the pale, Corey.
Okay, whoa. Okay.
So, does anybody have any questions about the warrant as presented?
I'm seeing it now.
Like I was trying to say, it is just general monthly expenses. There was a bill for book removal from you, Harley. You submitted it for expenses.
$101.63.
And I was just curious, that hadn't been in our calculation, so I was wondering, is that normal? That
We've
hadn't been in our
never
discussion.
discarded books on that scale before.
I was wondering if
Remember, perhaps you'll recall that we had lost a company that would that usually picks up all the unsold books. They went out of business. It's not a good business model to try to sell books that have been, that come out of our sale, because we get good turnout and people really pick through them.
Okay.
So the thought was to hire a disposal company to do it, but there was no appetite to just throw them out en masse. So we went through them again, but we were pretty picky about discarding them. And that reminds me to say something to Joanne about smelling the books. Thank you for that suggestion, Joanne. I may get over it. Some of them really smell. And we sorted through them. We ended up with 1,200 pounds. That was beyond the scope of Casella picking them up. So we drove them to East Dorset and disposed of them. They could not find our Casella account on their computer, so I paid in cash.
Right, I was just wondering if that should get built into the budget for the book sale.
Yeah.
I mean, is that gonna be, do we think that's going to happen?
I would think that that would be the right thing to
regularly?
do, because it was a book sale expense, and I would imagine that's gonna happen again.
And I can't think of another way to do it.
Right.
There
What
didn't
about,
seem
did we
to be
talk
an
about
avenue.
donating to like nursing homes or donating to hospitals?
We did that, a boatload of that.
Oh, you did? Oh,
For
okay.
children's books, and the coffee table books
Yeah.
turned out to be popular.
Okay, good. Well, then I think that that should be expected then, that expense.
Okay.
Yes.
I knew that we were doing Casella drop or pickup, but I did not expect that one.
I see the invoice date as 30th of September, though.
For what?
For the book sale expenses, $101.63.
From Casella or from you?
Invoice date from me.
Okay, then that was when the receipt was, I
October or November?
sure.
November 1st, actually.
was it November? Maybe that just was a legacy from prior, I don't know. I can look at the receipt. It's in there. And I can just add that on there.
Okay. I don't have, at this moment, any other questions about the warrant. I do need to take a moment to look it through. (11/1/2024). Any more discussion about the warrant?
I guess we need a motion to approve it. We could have discussed before that, but. Do we have a motion to approve the warrant?
A motion to approve the warrant was made by Grace. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Audit update?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have not been in contact with the West Pawlet Fire Department. That will be on my next thing.
In going through a bunch of files recently, I did see that we somehow, I'm not sure, maybe Julie can answer this question. We're not tied to the town audit. When they audit the town, they don't look at any of the materials from the library. Is that correct?
That is false.
We've talked about that already, Carly.
I'm sorry, remind me then.
We have talked about that already. The warrant, all of our warrants that go through are part of hers.
I see.
Yep. We haven't done our own personal, like our own accounts, but the warrants are part of that.
I see. So the difference is our investment accounts and the checking account?
And
I mean, those aren't included on the town.
Right.
False. Anything that I touch, which is almost everything, is included in the audit that the town undergoes. All of your books are done by me. They are included in the town count. What I get is what you give me. So when you're talking about doing an internal audit, you are talking about auditing your internal practices.
Yeah.
Because I only see the cash that is given to me. I have no mechanism for understanding if that is all of the cash or not.
I see. And is that the intent that you're thinking of for, we haven't undergone an audit in a long time and we need to do that? Review our internal practices?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds, that scope sounds much more limited than what I had thought. And it sounds like it won't be a large bill.
I guess that's to be determined. I mean, how far back it goes, and I don't really know. I have to get that information.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if there's any internal records to even find that aren't turned over to Julie on a regular basis.
That's part of the audit, I would imagine.
And our internal
I'm not an
practices
auditor, but-
sound like what do you do and what needs to be changed. Director's report, I distributed it.
I don't know if I got it.
Recent and upcoming adult and children's programs. There is now regular story time, first and third Friday at 11 a.m. and second Saturdays at 11 a.m. My understanding is at least the Friday ones are well attended. Day of the Dead, 2nd of November, was activities presented by Karen Huerta, but attendance 3. Book discussion, gather, attendance 4, but got good reviews. Knit Happens is starting up now. Pawlet Tech Time, 1 Saturday per month. We had 3 people listed here as for October, but I have to say that my experience is that there's a waiting line to talk to Celeste Keel. Chair Yoga starts this month. The NAMI workshop is this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. I believe I've seen it advertised in the Free Press. I'm not sure if I saw it in the Granville Sentinel, but I urge people to look at that announcement. It sounds like a thorough and good opportunity. Evening yoga continues. Halloween parade was well attended. The Harvest Homecoming Party on the 18th of October was successful. A beautiful evening of music, food, and good friends with 45 guests. 576 visitors in October. Libby has 106 checkouts, Canopy Movies 41. Interlibrary loan is a little out of balance this month. It's usually more balanced. We received 24, we sent out 51. We circulated 502 items, and there's 4 new patrons. Program attendance statistics for October. Yoga evening is the average is 6. Bone Builders, the average is 9. Story time with Gretchen, average of 5. Tech time with Celeste Keel, 3 attended in October. Grant application and awards and fundraising. Hearing loop system. There's been some progress. Dorset Theater reportedly uses a hearing loop system, and I can attest to its usefulness. It didn't require telecoil-equipped hearing aids. I did find out that telecoil hearing aids are typically included on high-end hearing aids, but they hand out headphones, and I was surprised at how well that worked. so I suggest we proceed.
Is that you talking,
hold on.
or is that Christine?
Hold on. When can we discuss? Because I don't know if you remember last month's meeting when we talked about this, and you had made a decision to not proceed, and those funds were received a year ago, and you had made unequivocally a decision not to proceed without consulting the board or anything in open meeting.
I did not continue to work on it.
No, you said you did, no, we could review the video. You actually just said you decided that because Linda Welsh had gone to Maine and it doesn't work with her hearing aids, that you decided it wasn't necessary and that it was outdated perhaps.
The decision, yes, I made those observations, but the only decision I made was to not work on it.
But then it was, but Harley, you have a responsibility because those monies were received and deposited. There is a timeline and there's a responsibility to act on it. And you had said, we'd have to go back to the video and we can talk about it and amend these minutes next month, but you said in the meeting that you decided, not that you decided to stop acting, but you decided that we didn't need it.
Right.
So this is very confusing and contradictory to what you told us last month, Harley.
And I also, is this Christine's report or is this yours, Harley? I don't understand.
Oh gosh, this is what is so difficult and so frustrating and so debilitating. This is why it's hard to make sense of stuff and to get things done. This is really a good example of the frustrations that I'm experiencing as a board member, and not to mention my experience as a board member with lack of communication with the community coordinator in regards to the basket raffle. I feel very excluded and my feelings were hurt.
Let's not bring up the raffle at this point.
Okay.
However, I did find it. Lindsay asks about funds that were awarded by this is from last month's
the minutes?
Minutes, thank you. About funds that were awarded by the Vermont Library Association. I thought it was American Library Association, but of $10,000 for accessibility, which was going to pay for a loop system. There was a deadline for using this. Where has it been spent? This should be a line item in the budget. My question is, did we receive
Yes.
$10,000?
We did.
To the treasurer?
Yes.
Yes, we
Thank
did.
you. There was a community meeting about the loop system. This was what was supposed to be done. The first step, the money was, it was awarded in April. There was no community meeting until I held one in December of last year. It was the first step in that grant, which was awarded in April, and it was not conducted. There was mixed feedback and it was difficult to reach the loop people. It is only compatible with certain hearing aids. Christine has had a discussion with Harley about this and will be following up with this.
Okay.
I did not get a follow-up from Christine. I did take action of doing a little bit more research on it.
But during that meeting, you said that you had talked to Linda and decided that it was outdated and it didn't work with certain hearing aids, and so that we didn't need it for the library. And you said that you decided that we didn't need it in this library. And just because it's not written there, it's on video. It's on the video that you said that. But the thing is, Harley, that what you're reading right now,
I'm going to
I got a
discussion from
I'm not
the
discussing.
public.
I've got a question about. I've got a question.
We don't have an action on the floor.
I have a question about
Do you have a
director's
question, Lauren?
I do. I have a question.
Whose words are those? His or Christine's?
We don't know yet, Sue, but hold on.
Oh, you did ask that question, all right?
No, Corey did.
Oh.
But I guess
Still didn't answer it.
I'm confused now. I'm spun. But I think that I heard what you read back from the minutes from last month, and I understand that. But it's still, the point is that we need to discuss it as a board. I guess we could go back and look at the requirements of the grant, look what it's used for, and try to make an educated decision amongst ourselves. But what happened is that you unilaterally decided we didn't need it, and then you, again, are suggesting now we go forward with it. And that, I understand and I appreciate your opinion, Harley, but I want everyone's opinion, and I want everyone to make an informed decision about these things.
Excellent. Who's going to take that action to go back and look at the grant and the proposal and decide what to do going forward?
Well, I think you did, I think you asked the director to do it, and she's not here, and it hasn't been done. But that should be done before you give the public and us.
And I agree with you, it is the director's job to do that, and also make contact with the sponsor.
Yes, exactly.
I agree. It is the director's job to do that.
So that could have been just simply your point would not be all the research that you, the Dorset Theater, and that you think it should go forward. Really, all we need to be updated on was that the director has not updated us yet with the work that she needs to do. That's, I mean, that is the proper procedure. That is how it should be done, because Christine will then give us her information and what we should be looking at so that we can all make a decision about what should be done.
Thank you, and I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Comment?
I'm still reading the director's report.
Can you just clarify, was that from you or from Christine?
I wrote that.
Okay.
Spark Connecting Community Grant, $2,600 given to Les Jorgensen, no results to date. This is the grant applications and awards and fundraising section of the report. Root for the library raffle, 22 baskets, and income to date, $3,605.
Do we talk about the raffle now?
No.
Okay. Separate.
Library closure during scheduled open hours, none. And note that later this month, the library will be closed on Thanksgiving Day.
Does the library normally have just, scheduled holidays like Thanksgiving? It seems weird to have to say that.
It does in that pamphlet that I have, like the trustee manual, it does say the holidays that it's closed.
Okay.
So, I don't know if it says it anywhere on our website.
It does, I believe.
Does it?
I think so.
Yeah.
The holidays are listed on our website, yes.
Okay, that makes sense, because it's in that packet that we got for the trustees.
There's a couple of holidays that are a little like Thanksgiving's huge, like who would think the library's open? So I could see someone saying, well, why is that included? But there are a couple of holidays that we close for that are a little less popular.
Okay.
Okay, that's the director's report, and I wrote on the agenda, including community coordinator report, and that was already brought up by Lauren. I had asked for that. I don't think I made myself clear, because what we got was a donor snap printout of contributions to date. So I did not make myself clear to the director about what was requested here. And I believe it was Corey's idea. I apologize for not clarifying with the director that we would like to know what she works on.
Okay. Sure, then. So do we need to talk about that, or I'm looking for just some ideas of where she spends her time and how it's effective. Are we getting more visitors? Are we, fundraising at a better rate? What has she been doing? I mean, it seems obvious to me, but I guess if it needs to be clarified, I'm open to anybody else having input, but, yeah, because I just want to know where we're putting our efforts.
Where does she spend her time? Is it effective? Like, what metrics do they use?
Yeah, she would be able to measure that, but if not, we can come up with ways to
just after 3 months, like if some feedback about any challenges or anything, successes.
I'm talking about the community, Nina.
Oh, Nina.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I thought we were talking about, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misinterpreted that. So we're talking about
the community coordinator.
Yeah, there's way too many things that we don't have enough time. But I think that I would like to see a lot more clarity as to what her job is and her experience with writing, with outreach, with development, with fundraising, communication. I haven't seen a lot of evidence, so I'd like to hear more about what she can do.
I think like a comprehensive report, I think a comprehensive report would be great.
Thank you,
And
Grace.
it's the right place to
Monthly.
start.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
And I share that point of view. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. And I very much, the way you worded it last meeting, I thought was, I had the thought of, why didn't I think of that? Yeah.
Okay. So you will ask Christine to have a more fleshed out community coordinator report on a monthly
Yes.
basis.
Yes, and I especially like the guideline of, in that conversation with Christine, where does she spend her time? Is it effective? What metrics does she use to determine effectiveness?
Does she still need to have any hours at home? Like, we're post-COVID now, I'm just wondering why that started and why that's still maintained for any kind of payment of work that she's doing at home.
Okay, actually, that's a question I will ask to have answered.
About the report, so you wrote the whole report or just
No, I
those-
did not.
Okay, just that part of the grant application?
Yeah, it just, I gotta be in my bonnet about, I always meant to ask, how common are these telecoils?
Okay.
And then it was just coincidental that the place I called in Manchester Center told me that the Dorset Theater uses that system, and just coincidentally, I had experienced that at a play this summer.
So that wasn't part of the director's report.
So you just added it.
That was something else, right?
Are we opening this up to comments from the audience about the questions about the director's report?
I didn't even hear her, sorry. Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
You're the chair.
Let's go.
I don't know.
Well, my idea is to move on because we have a lot of business. Joanne, I had cut you off before, or?
I didn't start. I'm very concerned about the grant that was received by Lindsay, $10,000 for a system that would enable a lot of our senior citizens in this community to enjoy programs. According to Lindsay, the grant money was supposed to be spent as of last August. When it was brought up at the last meeting, no one seemed to know where the $10,000 was. And what was, I thought, resolved is that Christine was going to try to rescue this grant without us losing the $10,000 by not conforming to the rules and regulations of the grant. So I was hoping today that Christine would be able to tell us, was she able to rescue the grant or not? And I think the public should know, have we found where the $10,000 is?
Okay, we did get an answer on where the $10,000 is.
I did speak with Julie, and it was deposited into our account.
Okay, so their money is there to be spent, and Christine has to let us know whether she can still go ahead and purchase
Or if we need to
the
refund it,
equipment
yeah.
that is regulated in the grant. So I'm a little confused about the Dorset Playhouse. Christine was to let us know at this meeting if she could rescue it or not.
Right.
Did Christine go to the Dorset Playhouse and find out information about this equipment?
As I said,
No, I'm
attended-
confused. I'm just a little confused about the Dorset Playhouse system. Did Christine go to the Dorset Playhouse and investigate that system?
As I said, I went to a play at the Dorset Playhouse and experienced the system.
Is that after the time when you
I
decided?
was
that-
confused, but I think what is important, and that by next month, since we're several months overdue in spending this money, that Christine has come up with a solution.
Got it.
A report, whether or not we can have it, we can use it, or...
I believe the grant stipulates what you have to buy. It's not a question, should I buy this, or should I
Right.
get a different system?
Right.
No, the grant actually says the first step is to make sure that you have a community meeting, that what you plan to do is useful to people who attend, who weigh in, because so many times projects are done and it is done without consulting with the population that you're trying to serve.
Right, but wasn't that meeting held and Lindsay attended it?
Lindsay did not attend it. I held the meeting.
But Linda could not benefit, that was referenced.
That board authority also.
I did not work on this grant.
No. Nor did you.
I chose not to, I could not. I was too busy holding special meetings to cover complaints.
You
from-
chose not to.
Yes,
You
but-
chose not to. You just said that, and you said that in the last.
That's very misleading, because you took ownership of it in the last meeting, and I watched it back just before I came here today.
Yes, and I
Yes,
did
but
not
since-
take
But so
action.
now you're saying
I
you're
did
not
not
taking
take
ownership.
action.
But in last month, you said that you were taking on the role of director and taking on all of these.
I never said the words, I am
Yes.
taking on the role of director.
Excuse me, I think what I said was that when you fired Lindsay, it was then the board's responsibility to fulfill those obligations of the grant.
No,
Because you didn't have something.
Where does it say that? The board's responsibility is listed in the bylaws, and the board's responsibility is to put in place a director.
But it was
And
11 months
I
later, and the money
tried
is
to
going
put
out the
in
window.
place a director.
No, that's not what you said.
Julie, thank you for waiting.
Sure. So I just want to point out that on the receiving end of listening to this, you were reading the director's report. In the middle of what I presume is written in front of you, you interjected a paragraph that you had written
Yes.
and represented to us, the public, that that was coming from the director. By not interjecting at that time that these were your words. We are all now incredibly confused about who is saying what. You are now saying, I. This is entirely the problem.
I'm sorry.
You are a board. Yes, you are a board. The work that you do is as a board. There is not one individual up there who has more power or authority over any other board member, including you. So anytime there is a decision, it needs to be, we decided. We decided. You decide through action in a public meeting.
Thank you.
The entire problem with this board for a year now has been I, and not we.
And that's
Thank
the
you.
same issue that was brought up last month on this
Hannah,
same
wait, please.
conversation. Okay.
Thank you for your comment. I don't know how quite to respond
Feel free not to.
You don't need to.
because I believe you are correct. I tried to take responsibility for the loop system, but did not accomplish the task. I did not accomplish the task.
You aren't supposed
Any
to.
other board member could also have tried.
No,
If you would like to bring someone to the board to ask questions, I'm a board member. When you make decisions as a board chair, like you have the authority to, that's the problem. You don't seem to want to listen, and you are therefore not grasping the general concepts that the public is bringing to you. Instead, you nitpick the wording and the semantics of everything that everyone is saying. You are listening to fight, you are not listening to listen, which is a very, very, very poor leadership skill. Thank you.
There was a board member who interjected. I'm sorry, Hannah, you have to, somebody on the board was saying something?
it was me, but I've forgotten it. Sorry. Yeah, no, it goes in, it goes out.
I would just say I'm feeling like very confused, especially because I'm not hearing you being accountable to what you said last month specifically. I just listened to
What did
it.
I not account for that I said last month?
That this whole conversation about the loop hearings was that you held this community forum, which was what you were intended to do, and that you were attempting to fill in this director role because we have no director at this time, is what you were describing last month. And that you were going out of your way as a chair to do this effort. And now you're saying, well, any board member could have done that. Like Julie said, your duty is to share this with the board. And that's what we are constantly coming back and saying that we're not comfortable with. Now we're pursuing this equipment that could have benefited us before, and that's what's confusing, is like, why would you give this message of the community said we didn't want it, or my research said we didn't need this, and now because we have the funds and they can't be used otherwise, that now with Christine we're trying to pursue that, where this was a grant that was entirely, the effort is all on Lindsay and she's not here. And so now you're trying to just relieve the effort. Are you?
I did a half-assed job on it.
No.
I did not do the work.
Okay.
That's not, no one is like sitting here trying to say, Harley, you need to apologize or this or that or whatever, like it was your fault. It's that the procedure and policy of this board that has been in conversation about every single context here, that the public doesn't feel like you are being honest to us. That is what really is critical to me, because I'm confused how you're saying what you're saying now to me when you didn't say that last month.
And also to Julie's point, that you bring everything to the board. Yes, Lauren?
Okay, so we've talked about, and we don't want to spend that much more time on it, but this is something that I have tried to talk about with every person on the board since I've been on the board, which is that we need to, you don't act and then discuss, you discuss and then you act. I say it at every single meeting, I'm going to say it again. So you should never ever be out there making a decision. You should go out there and find and forage for information to bring back to, like I'm doing with the window washing. I'm going to go and try to get different, I've only gotten 2 estimates, I bring it back, and we make a decision collectively. I don't know why, I know you're not in agreement, Harley, but you haven't been able to demonstrate that you really understand it, and that's why I don't think it's like deception, or I think it's like I don't think you understand. That's why, from their vantage point, it looks like it's very confusing, because you come back and you're like, I decided to do this, we didn't have that person, I decided to do that. You shouldn't ever say, I decided. It should always be, like Julie said, I think that's a really good mantra, like for us to try to remember, we decided collectively.
So in going out and getting some information about this system, I worried that it was older technology that was about to be subsumed by the earthquake level changes in the hearing aid market.
Sure.
And I found out that information.
Yep.
And then I chose what to do with my time.
No, but
I didn't decide for anyone else what they do with their time.
No.
I chose what I do with my time.
So I appreciate that.
So that
what you didn't do is come back to the board as the chair and say, hey, I did actually do a little fact finding. These are my thoughts. You guys are free, feel free to figure out what you think, and then we make a decision. But what you did was, you did that and then didn't bring anything back, so that the whole thing was, and there was no director, and there's been a lot of chaos, and the whole thing got lost in the wash. But you are really...
Yes, a lot got lost in the wash.
And a big part of that is because the procedures of this board have been so wrong and illegal, and the reason we had 8 meetings in 8 weeks is because of open meeting law violations. It wasn't because there wasn't a director. I mean, a lot of the frustrations and stumbling blocks we've had are a direct result of improper action here by the board, and that is a fact. So let's just try to do better going forward. Let's continue to try to do better.
And I wanted to add to the public that it's confusing as a board member as well, just so you know.
Right. Thanks,
this director's report is hard for me to understand. I'm part of the board, so that, I can see it from the public's point of view, because I feel like I'm right there with them.
Understood. The right choice would have been to do nothing.
No.
Okay, if that's your conclusion, let it lie, that's his conclusion, everybody heard that, okay?
That's not how everyone
Stop.
else feels, that's
No,
not
I know.
enough, that's dismissive.
This is,
And I'm curious.
he's not gonna go,
No. Well, he's in charge, he needs to be held accountable then.
but he is, because he has said that in.
No, because that's dismissive. You disagreed on that, it's dismissive. You say, okay,
I'm
that's.
sorry,
passed,
did
now
you just say I'm
He
in
has said the same
charge?
thing after every argument.
You're not in charge, but you think that
Okay,
you are.
then take it.
Harley, my word today for you is disingenuous. There you go.
Thank
That's
you.
You are being
5
disingenuous, and you always are in these meetings. You smile, you dismiss people, you act like you care, you act like, well, okay, if I broke it, I bought it, things like that. And you're being disingenuous about the whole thing, and that's it. Okay, Rhonda.
I just want to make an observation that
Wait,
meanwhile...
excuse me, is it Sue's?
Rhonda's?
No, wait, but
Well, no,
it's Sue.
hold on, nobody should speak unless,
Thank you.
Rhonda?
It was my
Just
next,
wait then.
it was my next, Sue, that was my next statement. Rhonda?
Well, I've been to a few meetings, I sort of know
I
the
want to
drills.
bring back to a point that Joanne raised, and to remind us all that the board is here to steward the library, to help make sure that it's accessible to all our community members. I think we've had concerns for years now that we have an aging population in our community, and we need to make this library more and more accessible. We have this amazing, $10,000 is not a small amount of money, and that it's just been sitting on the table. And as Joanne raised, like there are proper steps to receive and accept a grant, to solicit community buy-in, to understand what you need to determine how to spend the money. That has completely fallen by the wayside, and I'm just dismayed that we've spent the last 20 minutes not talking about the work of the library,
Right.
but about the dysfunction of the governance of the library. And I point that back to the board and saying, I'm hearing, to Julie's point, I'm hearing a lot of work. I'm also not hearing a lot of the work of the library getting done, and meanwhile the community is not being served. And that's not to set aside the amazing programs that Adele and folks are kind of putting together with Scotch tape, but the board has to do better. This is really embarrassing, and it's really upsetting, and we can put a dollar figure on it of at least $10,000. It's just sitting there, and meanwhile, the library is less accessible than it might be to our community members. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, that was still the director's report, right?
Yes, and so I have another question about the director's report. I would like a sort of a summation from Christine about her first 3 months on the job and how it's going, what her vision is, and setbacks. Like, not statistics like this, they're helpful, especially if she's tracking them and making use of them to plan programming and budget, but I'd like just sort of report and talk from her reflecting on these 3 months.
And you would like to see that in
For
the
the next
December
director's
meeting?
report. Yep.
Yep.
well, I agree with what Corey's saying, and I'm wondering if other board members have feelings about what they would like to see reflected in the director's notes, because I find the statistics to be uninformative, and I don't understand, I think that she could use them to, like you said, direct or decide about programming and such, but I find them to be not exciting, and I think that I don't know what director's notes reports looked like before, because I've never been on the board with a director, but I think that was Adele's kind of winging it for the purpose of, that's what they looked like before, because I've gone back.
I'm not saying that this report looks like those reports, but I am saying the statistics were there.
Sure, so what I should say though also is that I looked at previous director's reports, and they're much more informative, and so I would like something better than that as well. Like, patrons and how many people did Calliope and Canopy rather.
It would be helpful to have a year-by-year comparison so that we could know what was happening November 2023 versus...
Let's do it.
To see,
I agree with that.
so that we could see, so it gives us some scope to the data.
Absolutely.
And I think that Lindsay kept that in Excel, these statistics, and Adele didn't, so it would be great to get back to that so that we can use them meaningfully.
year-by-year comparison of statistics I got, assessment from Christine, how was her first 3 months, kind of a meta view, not down in the weeds.
Right, and vision for, where she sees how, taking the library as a director, right?
Vision.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I caught everything that Lauren was saying that she thought could be included in the report, which would be more
I think just more informative. I'd have to go back and look at other directors' notes to see what seems to be, I just don't find it to be a lot of the, not necessarily all of them, but I just feel like they could be there could be better information about direction, about ideas, stuff like that.
I agree that, I think this is interesting, and I like to have it. I think that's important, but we don't really need to just read it through. That's a waste of time.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's in my opinion.
I mean, I would say, like, if something's sharply down or way higher, maybe you would mention it in the director's report. Like Grace was saying, just reading the statistics doesn't really help us, but you would maybe highlight if, we had 0 visitors for blah, blah, blah this month. Something sharply down or
significant differences.
Variance, yep.
Especially those that might be concerning or.
Right.
I did, actually this was, I editorialized, I thought the attendance at some of the activities was very low, and I'm not sure that we are effectively advertising or what the way to effectively advertise is.
Good question, and those are questions for the community coordinator as well.
Yes, definitely.
I can remember attending Second Seed Saturdays where I was, for the first half of that specific session, the only attendee, besides the teacher.
Not the ones I did.
I'm sorry?
Not the ones I did.
No, those were great. Okay, anything else on the director's report? Working group reports, policies, how are they going?
We've met once as a committee, and we kind of,
as a working group, I think you meant to say.
Thank you, yes. And we have a list of policies that need to be created, that we are working on dividing. I have taken home the inclement weather closing policy, and I'm working on a draft of that, which I hope to bring to the next meeting. And I've also been working on the employee handbook, and working on a draft of that to bring to the next board meeting. Do you have anything to add?
Well, I had printed out a couple of, I thought that since working as a working group, that I was hoping that after our meeting, which was a month and a half ago, that Christine would have maybe offered us an outline with more information specifically of what we should be working on. So instead of handpicking, I didn't realize that you were doing that, and no one has communicated with me anyway, just with me. But I do have a printout of 2 Vermont libraries with models I got from Dwight Vorlands or from the State of Libraries, Department of Library. Some outlines, and I think that are good guides to go by, but I think that we need to meet again.
I thought we decided that we were going to meet on Wednesdays, and I've been coming every Wednesday. So I guess I didn't...
So I did not think that, because I know that Wednesdays are when Harley meets, and I think I don't know when Corey meets, but that was never clear to me that every Wednesday we were meeting. And if it was, I don't know why Christine or you or nobody communicated that again to me.
I guess because there were 3 Wednesdays in a row that you said that you couldn't meet, and then where you said, like, you were like, are we meeting? I'm sorry. And then it was, I guess I
said that in person, or?
You texted it.
Wow, okay.
So I'm not trying to point fingers, I'm just trying to say, like,
if Wednesday evenings...
So if there's another day that's what I was getting at, is there a different day that works for you? That's...
What about Christine? I mean...
Right, that's what's difficult, is Wednesday night is the only night that she's here, and so...
And weekends, right.
So would every other Saturday work better for you?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, I can see if I can make that work for me.
Well, so let's, the 3 of us, talk again and try to come up with something that works.
Yep.
So that's that report.
Anything else under this working group report.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Anything else under this working group reports section of the agenda?
No, I did have an evaluation form that I found, that Corey and I found when we were going through some of the folders, but I thought we might talk about that with, I think you have something later on, the
Yes.
director's evaluation.
Yes.
So anyway, I have copies for everybody of that report, of that evaluation that was done in October of 2023, and it's extremely thorough. So.
I do have a question, sorry about that.
Can I ask?
Do you want to talk about that now in policies?
No, I don't, but I just want to hear clarification of what you just said. You have a
copy of something that I found here at the library.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, I didn't create it. It was created
yeah.
here,
Yep.
and it's an evaluation, an employee evaluation.
I understand now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Corey?
I was just curious about the employee handbook, if that is part of the policy or if that's something else.
It's in conjunction with, so it's
Employee handbook is a policy.
Okay.
It's not a procedure.
Okay, it's not separate.
It's
separate from the policies that we're creating, though, with the three of us.
Our policy would be to have a
I think they discussed that they were going like hand in glove, right? Because
I think
it's,
didn't we talk about
Right,
this?
it's
There's a lot of,
Yeah. Well,
there's
I just don't know if it would
reference
be,
to
Yeah,
the
it'd be
employee
its own
handbook
entity.
right.
as
It's-
far,
it's-
and so I think
it's-
that's explains the policies, and then, right, and then that's,
I was just confused why it got brought up in the policy part, that's all.
because I'm working with it in conjunction with the policies, because it is how the policies, it shows how the policies are implemented. So it is, they're hand in glove. It's not separate from each other.
Although it's called an employee handbook,
Yep.
it is policy
Okay.
versus procedure.
And then, so that's, is it just employee handbook is the policy, or is there a name for the policy?
One of our policies is the employee handbook.
Is to have one, or is the actual handbook?
The
I'm just
actual-
confused, I'm honestly
handbook.
confused.
Yes.
Not sure what you're asking because I'm confused about what you're confused about.
Is the employee handbook a policy, or
In
is it something,
itself.
it's separate from a policy? It's not a policy.
It's not, it's like,
It is the responsibility of the board to have this employee handbook.
I understand that.
It's just separate from policies.
Well, right, so you're working on it separate from the working group for policies.
Yeah.
So I was
The
just
employee handbook is
Yes,
not
because-
considered
No,
part
that's-
of
no, but
developing
I think what
policies.
Corey is trying to get at, Harley, is that Christine and I aren't working on the employee handbook, Joni is.
Right,
So it's
that's-
not the working group
I was just
working
trying to
on
understand
the
that.
evaluation, the employee handbook. That was unclear.
I guess I'm unclear as to
It
why
was
it
unclear
wouldn't
to
be
me
part of the
too.
working group, because.
I don't know. It
I
just
guess
never was.
for me, it feels like it is part of the scope.
Do you
of
want
the-
to include it in there?
I guess it feels like it's in the scope of the working group, at least to be workshopped within the working group. That's why I brought it up.
Cool. Well, then I'd love to
So,
see your
yeah.
draft too, and anything like that.
I guess I wouldn't.
it is.
Did your question get answered? And if so, explain it
Well,
to me.
it's sort of answered. They realized that I wasn't clear because it wasn't clear, I guess. So they're clarifying it now.
And the answer is?
The answer is that I feel like it's within the scope at least to be workshopped in the working group. And so.
Minus Christine, or
No, with Christine.
with her? Okay.
Oh, with
I mean,
Christine.
she's in the working group.
Yep.
Right.
Well, I think her input would be useful.
So, because it pertains to how policies are implemented by employees, it makes sense that it goes along with the policy working group.
Right, okay.
So I hate to mention the word semantics, but are we calling, is it important to know that the employee handbook is a policy, or can we just call it an employee
not a
handbook
policy.
that is part of our policies?
It's not a policy.
No, I don't think that it is, but we're going to get back to
I
that.
think that the working group can research that, probably.
Okay, the
All
working
right.
group will
How
research
We will
that.
get back to you on,
2 points, Corey.
so the question is the handbook a policy and should it be worked on by the working group?
Right.
I guess that
Okay.
sounds like, I think he said, is it a policy in and of itself, or is it part of the employment policy that we have?
Got it.
Okay, unfinished business, draft library budget for fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2025/2026.
So I need to make 2 more copies. Mine did cut off the 2026 on there, so it's 2025, 2026. So I did do that. I was not able to meet with Christine. Our schedules didn't work out. But I did take the information that was given to me from you from that, the last year's budget, and I looked up I have the printout of the actuals from Julie, which I gave to Christine, and I just plugged them into the budget. Can I go make 2 copies of this, or do you guys, so
this is the budget that we will look at and vote on?
Well, this is my version, that I think, yes, I saw.
Is this the budget that you're proposing that we vote on?
This is a draft budget.
That you are proposing that we vote on? Are you presenting it for approval?
Can you ask one question at a time, please?
Are you presenting this for approval?
I am presenting this as the draft budget for our discussion. I said I would like a robust discussion, sorry everybody, about the budget, just to have an understanding of categories, where do we want our focus to be, just sort of more philosophical parts to the budget. But this is the draft, and then we would have the budget to be voted on for the December meeting, and then presented to the select board for their December meeting, and then given to Julie to print in the town report, once it's been approved by the library board and then the select board.
The schedule that we reviewed last time was that we were going to review and vote on the budget at this meeting. Julie sent out a note asking for us to submit our budget and our request for funds from the town general fund for the upcoming select board special meeting on the 19th of November.
Right.
So we need to review and vote on a budget tonight.
That was, from Julie, was for the salaries.
No, it was for both.
I spoke with her, that what gets presented to the select board on the 19th is salaries or our request from the select board for appropriations.
Julie asked for the library budget as well as our request for funds from the general fund.
Okay. I spoke with her today and have...
I'm responding to what the note was that I got from Julie.
Could you let me finish my sentence?
I'm clarifying to you that I didn't speak to Julie today. I am clarifying that I am basing this on the request from the town treasurer.
Okay. So I did speak with her today, and we clarified the timeline, the budget. What is critical to the select board for the 19th is our request for salaries.
Mm-hmm.
And our deadline for giving her the budget is the end of December of this year.
Question. So you decided by yourself to not create a budget for approval at this meeting, although at the last meeting the board agreed that this is what we would be doing?
I did not decide. What I did was present a draft budget because I was hoping for board input and to discuss it in open meeting. I think it's really important for the public to see where like I said, where do we put our money? What are we doing with...
Absolutely.
What are we doing with the budget, and to have a discussion on the categories, what suits our needs, and where do we think that spending should be focused, and or do we need to have, I spoke with Christine, she said that she did not feel comfortable increasing the budget at all, so to leave it as last year's with the numbers, but then we have to make the numbers match up, and we have to, like I say, have the adjustments. I don't have a depth of understanding about a lot of this because I've been here for 3 months, so I was hoping for the board to have some input. And
I gave you input.
The board.
The board, an open meeting.
Oh, it was not for a final decision. It was for a discussion. This is the time to present a budget for approval. That's what we agreed to last
discussion.
time. Are you ready to do that?
We're ready to discuss the budget, the draft budget.
Right, I mean, we could theoretically get to the final budget at the end of, I don't know how much time that would take, but I'm saying that I thought our task was to present the draft budget to the library board. I don't think, again, this is like...
Draft library, I'm reading from the agenda, draft library budget for FY 2025 through 2026.
Right.
Review, modify, vote.
Okay, but, I mean, like...
That was in the agenda.
Right.
Will we be ready to vote on, are you prepared to present a budget?
So, I am, wait.
Did you make a decision otherwise than what we agreed to at the last meeting?
Why is it?
Yeah, I agree.
It's incredibly rude.
It's incredibly
He's
rude.
incredibly rude.
I'm hearing that.
Just don't defend him, Joni.
Sending him, I'm
So,
curious about
Harley,
questions.
the idea of a draft budget
I
is
just
a
wish we
draft
could
budget.
discuss
I
the
don't know if you guys have done that before, because I don't think it was handled like the right way last year. But draft budgets are budgets that you talk about, and then we can change it. We could, I guess, vote on a draft budget, but the final budget isn't due until the end of the year for the town report. And I think it's more important for us to all have an understanding of where we're spending our money, if we think that we should, you know, what do we think our income is going to be? That's something I can't decide on my own. I think it's better for the board to have some input on that. There's trends that are happening, right? That So I think, I just think it'd be facetious to say, here's my budget, that's it, you're done. That's not how I work.
No, that's not, nor is that what was intended.
So what my...
Oh.
Wait,
I have a question about the budget. Can we talk about the budget?
It's not okay. I have some questions for you. I understand that maybe scheduling didn't work out, but the timeline that you presented about how the budget would be presented, how did you come to that timeline?
Which budget?
You presented a timeline of how things would go for the next iterations of your budget, or the budget that you were working on. How did you come to that timeline?
I just wanted to have the board's input, so this was the meeting for the board's input.
But then I'm confused as to how you decided, based on a conversation that you had separately with Julie, that this would be the timeline that we worked on without discussing it with the whole board first, and that none of us had this in hand.
November comes before December.
I understand, Sue, but how are we to be able to discuss this budget when it did not arrive on our desk before the meeting?
You can look at it now and discuss it.
I understand.
I think that's why she's proposing it as a draft.
I understand, but I'm also seeing that on the agenda, it says vote.
And so...
I don't know that, I requested for the vote. I think I proposed the draft budget, but that again is semantics and sort of getting beyond the point. We could have spent this time discussing the budget. It's kind of unfortunate. There's a huge waste of resources. That's something that's not...
Having the budget ahead of time would allow for a productive discussion.
Sure, it would have, yes. I understand that.
We did not receive it ahead of time, although you said we would.
Your director should have done it ahead of time, full stop.
But when was the director supposed to do it? When the treasurer wasn't available?
She is responsible for it. Did she do it?
She did.
Did she get you a budget
Yes.
ahead of time for you to discuss as a draft, as a whole board? Then do it. That's what this time is for. And instead, you're arguing with Corey like she's wrong for not wanting you to just take her budget that she created by herself with all the authority delegated to her to be the only person creating a budget for you to vote on tonight.
That's an inaccurate summation.
Goddamn
That is
accurate.
what we're hearing.
And I'll
as a
show you
public,
why
what
it's
you're
inaccurate.
displaying as a board.
I did give Corey a budget that I worked on with Christine because it wasn't getting done.
But Harley, I
How
had...
are you not spending your time chastising Corey for not having what it is that you think that you deserve to get from her?
That's why this is not a community meeting.
But that's
This is a board meeting.
And that's
And what we have so far, did you find the budget that I worked on with Christine useful?
I did my own because I had already done the work on the budget prior to what you sent me. So
That you didn't have ready to distribute? You kept it to yourself?
Can I just please?
Grace?
I would like to get a copy of this, and then we can discuss it, and if anyone wants to raise a motion to approve the budget, they can do so. I'm not gonna vote yes until I get a chance to look it over and discuss it. I hope none of us would.
I mean, it's kind
And
of...
if we get it done today, that'd be great, but it seems likely to me that we probably won't.
Yeah, I mean...
if you were a
That's
betting
what I
person.
think. And I think that this is a waste of time.
It seems kind of...
Right now.
Yeah, I don't know, seems... Two members came ready.
Do you want me to run?
Firing. No, it's okay, thank you. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter that you asked for it the same time tonight, but it doesn't need to be done until December.
What's that? I'll call her.
It's gonna be a long night, huh? Should have been a cigarette. That'd be so cool. That'd be badass.
I don't know if I can do it.
I don't blame you.
I have only about 3.5 hours. I haven't packed for my trip to Portland tomorrow.
Wait, where are you going?
I'm going to Portland, Oregon.
Fine. For fun?
For a class, a program I'm in. And I'm completely
Safe travels. Enjoy. Did you get on that plane?
Well, I don't know. My friend Tinga, who I'm going to sing the program with, said she just came back from there and she thinks she has.
I would mask up. I would mask up. I would definitely bring a lot of stuff.
I've heard that you can drink bleach.
Yeah, if you drink bleach, you can cure that shit. You can cure that shit. I mean, that's just ask whatever Kennedy what you should do.
Right.
I mean, there's a worm in it. Like,
I know, I was gonna say, yeah,
that'd be a fun.
it's whispering to him how to be the public health minister. Speaking of like cigarette things. What is it? It's a cigarette? It's a cigarette case. But it had cigarettes in it. It was, I found it, and it was from college, and I opened it, and there was still cigarettes. I was like, okay! And I was like,
Little clove cigarettes, maybe?
How did you know?
Well,
Yeah, it was like,
yeah, yum.
every once in a while. But,
That's cool. That's a great repurpose of that.
my daughters were like, you smoked? I was like,
Duh.
I think they smoked. And
I tried. I could never do it.
I mean, I don't think they actually ever smoked. They just held it in for the
Yeah, I tried. My parents, my father smoked so much that I just always hated it, so.
Yeah. My mom had, well, this might be too much, but my mom had ALS. And she smoked until she could not have a cigarette.
She can do whatever she wants with
I
it.
know, but it was like, Mom, you're gonna.
She was young.
She was young.
ALS was young then. Like, it wasn't as prevalent, was it?
It wasn't labeled as ALS because I don't even think that they necessarily knew
Yeah.
that the ALS was. She died when she was Julie's age. And at the time it seemed like she was old because she was 40 when she had me, and so I was like, I have no mom. My mom is old, and it was like, she was my age when she got sick. She was Julie's age when she died. So
Not on so much. It stinks. That's a weird thing when you get to your parents' age. I remember Bob's dad died when he was 55. I don't know how to explain it.
my dad's 86, and he still has a hard time every year because he's older than his dad, and that still feels weird to him.
Alright. There we go. But good for him. How is he doing?
I don't think you can run a board when there's this much opposition.
What's your dad doing these days? I remember him from the shop.
Being an obnoxious Republican. But it's okay, he's not actually obnoxious. He came over to my house today for the first time. He's like, I didn't want to go over. I thought you might need time to grieve. So,
I was listening to a really good podcast with Sam Harris today that broke down both sides.
I don't know if you can see it. So it's
Actually, have you heard of Sam Harris? Right down to you have to pay for their subscription, but if you pay for it, you can do it for free. So is it going free for Sam Harris making sense? I just he just is so.
I know.
Incredibly articulate and
Some of the
interviews really interesting.
I like the percentages.
that actually answers your question. Thank you, that's really helped making sense.
I guess listen to his. He does Substack stuff too. He writes on Substack a lot, but
Have you been reading Robert Reich?
I mean, right, not enough.
And do you read Heather Cox Richardson?
You know what? Right now, I need a break from her. She got it all wrong. Like she was way off the mark. And if you really listen to what Sam Harris says, I think actually he makes sense of it to me because I'm kind of like,
Yeah. My dad's wife died last year.
no, he's been through it twice.
It was really funny. My mom died the day that we were moving here. My dad's second wife died the week that Julie sold the store. So it was like
It was other changes, like it coincides with that. Crazy.
his wife dying was.
Wait, I didn't know that Shampoo was bought the store. Lance Shampoo? Did he buy it?
No. What was his name? Andy. The one that's up in.
Like they buy that? Oh, okay. Because my brother David was like, oh, my friend bought this store in Wells. I'm like, I thought it was somebody out of town and nobody likes.
His name's Andy. He's from Pennsylvania. Anyway, maybe that's good.
This is happening with my kids. Carolyn,
You all set?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you.
Let the haranguing begin. So, I have the budget. It's 4 pages. I did this because to show us some progression from fiscal year 23, actual, the variance, 24, actual variance, budget 25. I did not put the year-to-date 25 because I had done that at the last meeting for the first quarter, but now we're past that, so I wanted to update that later in the year. And then I added a % change just to see where we are from year to year.
I didn't get that.
That's on page 3.
Oh, okay.
It's confusing. So the first 2 pages kind of are one on top of the other, and then the second 2 pages are again one on top of the other. I didn't have like a legal paper to print it out, so I just did it like that. So then I put the budget fiscal year 2026 and the percent change. Like I said, Christine said that she wanted to do a no increase from last year to this year. She wasn't familiar with the ins and outs of the budget, and she just wasn't comfortable coming in and asking for an increase. So that's what I left that. I do propose that we have 2 new categories, and one I forgot to mention on the warrant, which would be for community engagement. I think that's a good way to track where we're spending money for things like our the harvest party or the Halloween parade, things that we do for the community. I think in the past they might have gone under programs, but I don't think that helps us to. I think programs are best as actual programs for teaching people what to, things. Where's the programs, or where? I haven't put those in yet because I wanted to propose to the board that we add them for our categories.
Why not?
And then the second one would be legal counsel, and it seems that we did not have budget for that to go over the contract. I found that problematic, and so I think that we should be proactive and have a budget for legal counsel. If we don't use it, then that's great, but it just seems to be something that we might want to look into, or especially the contract, the employment contract, maybe even the handbook or the agreement, just to have some authority on that. So again, I wanted to have the discussion about what that would be before I didn't get a chance to put that in the budget.
Can I ask a question from the treasurer? The town treasurer.
Okay.
The categories were given to, like I saw them as, here's the categories, 13-6-08-001. And I wasn't sure if there was a feedback mechanism where we say, oh, can we add categories like Corey's talking about? Or this category is it isn't clear to us anymore what this category is, things like that. Is that something we can work with you on? Because I took this as thou shalt, here's what the categories are.
You added a category last year for new shelving, so it's obvious that you can add categories. This is your budget to create.
And
you can change how you categorize expenses, you can create new categories, you can eliminate categories, you can lump things together however you choose. I take my direction that way from you.
So she will create those numbers and stuff. I did verify that with Julie also today.
Thank you.
As part of the treasurer's duties.
Wrong assumption there.
So we did already talk about attributing Adele's the mileage that she drives for the interlibrary loan and her hours that are attributed to interlibrary loan. Actually, I don't think we did the hours, but we did change that from mileage to interlibrary loan so that we can track the expenses for that.
Corey, what were the 2 new categories? It was legal counsel, and what was the other one?
Community engagement.
Engagement, okay, thank you.
And because I found it a little confusing, as you can see there, we are over on the programs, and that I wasn't really able to get into the details on that. So my inclination is that lots of things were attributed to programs rather than actual programs. I don't know for sure. I would have to do some research to figure that out.
Wouldn't there then be a deficit or like a decrease in budget spending somewhere else if there was something piled on there?
Well, this is the actuals, so I just brought it over the same. So I haven't actually adjusted those because I wanted to hear from the board.
Well, do you want us to make a motion about adding the 2 additional categories? Is that?
I don't.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we add legal counsel, although, you know what, maybe we should discuss No, I make a motion that we add legal counsel and community engagement as categories in the budget. Does anyone want to second it?
And interlibrary loan.
Well, it is in interlibrary.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll second, but
Then discuss, yeah.
Or how about let's just,
But we seconded it, now we're discussing
I
it.
second it, yeah, sorry.
okay. I was gonna say, we could just have a motion to discuss the draft budget.
But do we want to talk about how much money you want to allot to that area of legal counsel?
Right,
Do we have any models of any other libraries or any?
I haven't done that research. I think for that, one quote we had was $1,200 for that contract, and I think Joni had $1,800, but I think John Clash had said $1,200 for the contract review, so I was thinking maybe.
John Clash said $200 an hour, and then,
yes.
and then the
So that's
VLCT said $300 an hour, and that was pretty consistent with,
Right, so he said $200 an hour and he said 6 hours. I don't know if that was to review or to create, but, so that's $1,200. And that was the lowest, so then, possibly $2,000, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we could put it in there, and then if we go under or over, we can get an idea of what we use going forward in years to come.
Right.
But I don't think it hurts to put, I think 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000 sounds reasonable to me.
I think that, you know, if we figured 10 hours of legal counsel a year.
Okay, that would be 2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
And then we have to take that out from somewhere, right? Because we're not to
Yeah,
increase.
we have to decrease or do something, and again, like, I believe our revenue is down, so then we really have to take a look at everything holistically and figure out where we think we will be on some of these things. Did you have another question before that?
It was about the interlibrary loan, so, sorry. It was
So we had paid for the courier service, and that was, I guess,
right.
they thought it was expensive.
Yeah. I just didn't know if we should take care of this proposal first.
I don't know either.
And I
yes.
jumped in at the wrong moment.
Okay.
My question there, though, was just if it was going to be an issue, like mileage, it seems easy to switch it over.
Right.
But since it's labor, is that going to be a problem?
Yeah, right now I had left it as the assistant librarian, but I would like to pull it out just to have the full numbers, because it is I mean, it's part of the cost of interlibrary loan for the library. So to see if that is it cost effective, I don't know. But
I'm not sure how do you determine that?
Is there a model for what other libraries are doing with their interlibrary loan that we could?
I think they do the courier service, but I don't know. This library decided to pay Adele to mileage and hours at some point, and I don't. At that time, I think it was determined that it was cheaper, but I don't know how that determination came about. I don't have any records or any information like that.
Okay.
And then, so how much do you think for community engagement?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, it's like our parties, we're thinking of having one a quarter. I think that honestly, I would like us to invest in that to have a positive environment in the library. So I think that is, yeah.
Well, we can, like, we're not doing this.
Right, so that's just out, that one, and I can take those out. Now, I verified that that's our discretion, the zero. We're talking about some items that have had a zero, their legacy categories.
So probably part of what is now in programs would end up in the community.
I think so. I think so. And it's not a lot, but there's like maybe a party every quarter, and that's like, supplies for that. There was something in here. I think Adele had submitted one, Halloween and community party, and it's just like treats for the Halloween parade and I can't really tell what it was. I think it was and cups for the party, like some supplies maybe.
I think that we paid the musician too for that.
Right, so then I put that in, it was labeled, that was labeled programs, and I put that because it is not a program. I'd like, to me, that sort of betrays the idea of program if it's entertainment. And it was a vital part of that event, but it's an event that was community oriented, so.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Thanks.
Is there a way that we can break down programming based on what it is, so that it is clear what is programming? Like, is there a metric that...
Well, that would come from the director. Since we've kind of lost a chunk of time with that, 9 months, we would have to ask Christine to go back and see what that was.
Yeah.
And
I'm just asking moving
going forward, for sure. I would hope so. I think that I would think that she has that experience. If she's done budgets, I would imagine that. I didn't hear input from her about anything about that, so but that would be we could question, work with her to get that.
I see a couple places that maybe we could scrape some money together, like for instance, the item under office operation mileage and gas.
Right.
It says budgeted $1,250 for 3 years, but we've never broken 1,000, and why not skim off $250 there?
Right, and that is also, some of that is gonna go to the interlibrary loan one, because that mileage was Adele's mileage for that.
The other question I had was story hour. It's budgeted at a really high rate, and it never even comes close to it.
Right.
I'm wondering what's going on there.
Those are questions I honestly had for the board, because I wasn't comfortable coming in and just, slashing things that maybe had some
history.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure of those decisions, even that the budget, that it's got like 4 years of zero, why are we still showing that? I don't know, so.
As I mentioned earlier, I thought that the categories were dictated by the town treasurer, by the books of the town treasurer, and so I was hesitant to change categories, but now I clearly hear that you should feel free to change categories so they make sense.
Okay, and was that Catherine's or yours? Was that from Catherine with the budget?
Was what?
Well, that came from Catherine, and I was suggesting changing category. What's this category? And it didn't seem to go anywhere.
Okay.
But tonight we got a very clear indication from Julie that we can have our way with it.
Right. I mean, I would imagine that the budget has to serve the board. So, yeah. So, for the public, the last budget was 39,000 anticipated income, and again, 39,000 outgoing. We have to have a zero budget. So we have, for the category that's interesting, I think, would be that variance of fiscal year '24. That one shows where we were on higher or lower. The revenue is $2,400 lower than anticipated, and then our expenses were $48,8852 higher than anticipated. So we definitely have some reconciliation to do with this.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
The variance for fiscal year '24. Fiscal year '24 is what we're currently in by your...
Nope, we're in fiscal year '25.
Oh, so fiscal year '26 isn't on here.
It's on the next page.
It's on there.
It's, see, the first two pages, I didn't have it, I couldn't print it out wide enough.
Oh, I got you.
So
okay,
pages
I'm
3
good.
and 4 are in
Yeah.
the future more, and...
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You explained that earlier and I didn't get it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And like I say, I did not update fiscal year '25. I gave a brief update last meeting, and I didn't put those in because we're past the quarter mark, and I thought it would kind of skew it. I didn't want to do weighted, just because I didn't have the time.
Okay.
So I thought it would be more helpful for us to get later in the year to know that, to get closer of a true measure of how much we would spend or take in. So, yeah.
Can we vote on this hanging motion?
Oh, yes, good thinking.
Just,
Yes.
I mean, I think that we can do that, and
Yeah.
then, if that makes sense.
And this is the addition of 2 categories.
Yes.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
It was to add legal counsel and community engagement to our budget categories.
Okay, do we have, so who moved?
I
did.
Lauren did, and I
Lauren,
And Grace seconded.
Seconded.
So it's all-
Any more discussion? Oh, any more discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So again, on the, with the revenues, with the variance, it's, well, variance is negative is bad, positive is good. And again, I mean, that's for both. I actually calculated it so it shows up that way for both, just to make it make sense. Yeah, and I wasn't clear, so this board set that budget for fiscal year '24, why programs were budgeted for $2,000 and then actual was $10,908. And then there is programs, income was budgeted at 100 and then actual was 5,300. So it was a little, like, I wasn't sure. I wanted to hear from the board as to where those numbers, you know, how they were calculated, and if we could do some thinking to get it more accurate for fiscal year '26.
I have an answer for the second program. It's 5,300 is what you mentioned was the number, and I'm looking for it on here to make sure I'm giving you the, what category was it?
It's programs, so our income from anticipated revenue from programs was only $100, but then the actual was 5,300?
Yes, so the answer is that we started charging for yoga, is my understanding.
Okay. When did that happen?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So we can rely on that then going forward.
So the income would be, and then the anticipated expenses for programs were 2,000 and the actuals 10,908. So I wasn't sure where the expenses for programs came. And again, I guess that probably is Christine's.
I don't know if she would know. It would have to be.
Well, she wouldn't
coming-
know, but she might have the ability to find it with Adele, possibly, or...
Well, we have all the financial records, correct?
We have the warrants, yes, but
And
I
so
just...
the warrants would have that information?
They do. That would be pretty time-consuming to go through each month, and right now, as they were given to me, they're separated by month, so there's no one...
Category?
No one worksheet to pull the data from. I'm working to change that, but it would be... I would have, with that much money as a difference, I would think that the answer would be easily to found. I would hope, I guess.
Yeah, because it was not 1 year, but 2 years.
Yeah.
And then those got raised, but not enough.
Right.
Last year.
And then also, and this category, automation, this was one that we would like at least a philosophical reasoning for it. I think right now it's canopy, and I don't understand what automation means, but for that, I mean, the canopy is the movie rental system.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anything else, I can't recall offhand if anything else goes into that.
In the sheet I sent, automation was underneath it is in parentheses, GMLC and vocal, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Right, GMLCC, that, I mean, that makes sense, that's the online checking books out.
That's Libby,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Green Mountain Consortium.
yeah. I just, then the canopy, I don't know, I would imagine that's more like, to me, that's more like a category. Canopy is the movie rental program, that would be like magazines, adult books, those things that we offer for people.
It's a weird term.
Yeah, I know, because it's like, what are we automating on a monthly basis? I don't know.
Yeah.
But is it saying that it's non-physical materials, like they're not materials that are in the, is that what it means? That they're not, like they're meta materials rather than physical materials?
But to me, it would be more, honestly, it would be technology for the GMLCC, and because that allows us to do that, I don't know.
What is vocal?
That's, I think that's the,
Is that the classes?
no, isn't that the Koha thingy, the online
I
catalog?
think I assume that, but I'm not sure if I'm correct. And I've always had trouble with the category called automation, and I think renaming it to what makes sense to you is...
Okay, thought you were, I
Is
didn't understand what you were
But then
saying.
there's also audio, so that must be...
Audio
that should
DVD,
be-
so that, the movie should go to that.
And Libby.
But my question is, are those
If it's
physical
separable.
DVDs?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm asking,
Are we
like,
still
it seems like
buying?
the automation might be things that are not physically present in the library, whereas the category of audio DVDs are things that we're purchasing, that people are tangible
Okay.
items. But the word automation is weird because
It implies an actual,
it implies an action being done.
yeah. Okay. So, as long as the category makes sense to us and to Christine, then, we can work with it. It just is something that we would need, just to clarify.
Would digital materials be a more appropriate name?
Probably.
Because then it's clear that it's not.
And I would want, honestly, I would want it under, like, I think these are by number. Yeah, that's probably, maybe for me, I would show the report separated out a little bit, like circulation and then digital versus physical and stuff, but that's not.
Coming up with the topology, there's a word, it's not topology, but nomenclature. I've never seen these categories defined like in a paragraph, like this includes ...
Right.
And I think that would be useful for future users of the budget.
Right, I would hope to make something like that makes sense to people. They could just walk in and see it and then make use of it.
Because technology, it isn't clear to me what technology includes or doesn't include.
Is
I
technology
think it
just-
includes telephone. I think it includes Comcast. But I'm not sure what else.
Telephone is its
Yeah.
own thing.
Sorry? Oh, there's a separate?
Yeah, there's a separate one, and that, like, I don't know, like, it's helpful to have sort of umbrella categories and delineate after that, but, that's not gonna happen for a little while at least. So I think, like, I don't know if we want to talk about any more. It's hard to know what we can expect, like for grants. Does Christine have a proposal, or is there some kind of a norm that we would have for grants, or is it just if they come up, they come up?
No, it's a job responsibility to locate and bring in grants, and for budget for...
I think it was budgeted.
2026, I believe, when we discussed it, it was $3,000 was, I thought, a good target.
That was from fiscal year 2025, and again, zero increase. So then we're tasking her with finding $3,000 worth of revenue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And it looks like in 23, it was quite a bit more than that, so. But then I don't know, did they get spelled?
I think 23 must include the a hearing loop system at 10,000.
It must, yeah. And I wanted to just delineate something because I asked Julie, and it was a really helpful explanation. Investment gains and losses and investment expenses are both in revenues. She said that that is per her auditor. It's to help show that these expenses go with the gains and losses. They don't get just wrapped up in that. So you can see that there are expenses, but then you do have hopefully gains. Does that make sense?
Yes, but investment expenses then should have a negative sign, because I think the formula in the spreadsheet is wrong, because they're all added.
So I put a negative for mine, actually.
Yes.
I did what, I didn't change the previous years because I wasn't a part of that, but I did put a negative in there.
But, so like...
It wasn't for 23 though.
Donations?
Donations are just regular donations that people just give rather than an actual
Right,
fundraiser.
but this should be positive then, right?
Let me see, budget, no, it's backward. It's,
The
we got,
variance.
this is the actual.
Okay, I see. Right,
That's the
right,
actual,
right.
yeah.
Sorry.
The large numbers in the donations category, $7,000, I believe, was bequests in people's wills.
Okay. Right, that's again, yeah, you can't
Budget for that.
depend on anything like that, yes, or budget. But like I would, I didn't change this, but the budget for the appeal letter, I would go with what we received in fiscal year 24. Wait, no, yeah, I would change it to what we received in fiscal year 24. We don't know what we're receiving in fiscal year 25, but we won't have that information until after the budget should be approved.
So we should take it down.
I would take it down, yeah.
I agree with that.
So that's,
That would cover legal counsel, right?
no, because that's the.
Not saying that amount.
But that's the wrong way. We're taking the appeal letter down because of what the actuals were, that our anticipated amount that we would get.
In going through it, I looked at some realistic number and thought $8,000, $7,915 was the number I found for what we made last year in the annual appeal. So I thought $8,000 was a reasonable budget to assume for this coming annual appeal.
Which is what, isn't that what we just said?
It is,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what we just said.
Yeah, so he's agreeing that that's
Okay,
reasonable to take that down. You're proposing 8,000.
Yeah, that sounds.
And it does, I don't know, so we haven't even gotten to the fall fundraiser. Boy, so that's, right. I mean, the confusion on that, so we were expecting that to be.
Which part?
The
Corian?
fall fundraiser. I was just, we technically haven't completed it. However, I don't know how much more we will sell between now and Friday, but it does seem to be lower than the budgeted amount for the fundraiser. So that's something we would have to take down, I would imagine, to be realistic.
Well, what are you suggesting? It was down,
I think
was it up to 5,300 this year then? Is that what?
The fall fundraiser?
Yeah, 5,400?
That was last year, but what we have right now, I think, wasn't it 3,500 or something along those lines?
Yes, in the $3,605 to date.
Yeah, so there's more time until Friday. We thought we were pulling it today, but I don't think we'll make that much money in between now and Friday.
What do you suggest?
That we take down that number for next year, budget?
Yeah, I mean,
I think though that, like, I would hope that next year with better organization and less other turmoil that we could make a more organized and concerted effort for fundraising. I think this has been a shit show.
Yeah. So you're saying to keep it at 6,000?
Yeah, I think that we need to
no,
be
it's on your sheet, it's 5,000 right now.
I'm going off of
fall fundraiser. You have it at 6,000.
I have it. It's at 6,000. That was what it was.
I'm sorry, I was in the wrong column. Okay. Yes, I see you have 6,000.
That was, yeah.
Well, there's no harm in going under projection, because then if we do better, then at least we, you know.
Right.
So
that's just
want to say 5,000?
It's
kind of splits the difference?
Sure.
A little. Not really a split.
What number did you suggest?
5.
It's better than 6.
36. No, it's not.
It's worse than 6.
It's better than what we have. We're talking about income, revenue?
I know. And 5,000 sounds more closer to...
To achieve, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
I always thought you meant...
I get it now.
Okay. Yeah. No, making less money is good. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and so we won't have a surplus, I left that the same, sorry, that didn't get changed. So we won't have a surplus to start off with either.
Yeah. Did you talk to Julie about that? Because I didn't understand where that came from.
I did, and it's just where you left off at the end of the year, the fiscal year, and I believe we are negative 1,700 and change. 1,475.
1475?
That was the previous year's surplus, yeah, so I didn't carry that out negative, so,
Negative, so for once it's not a...
Right, so I didn't carry that forward to either put it at 0, I would imagine, or...
That's gonna hurt. Because now that number comes from not the current fiscal year, but the previous fiscal year, correct?
Right.
And it comes from what actually occurred versus our budget.
Right, and so it should be previous year's surplus / deficit.
Yes, that's right.
And so we were at a deficit for fiscal year 2024.
I see. That's going to reduce the 39,000 directly by a significant amount.
Where did the $3,500 lawyer payment come out of?
That was miscellaneous Library expenses, yes. So you see that one is a huge, like variance.
Yeah.
That
okay, I
was
see
in
it.
that. And it didn't have a category, so it just got put in that.
Okay.
And I don't know what the custodian, I guess we don't have a custodian then, so it's just building and building maintenance, which I was told was also, like shoveling the steps and that
So
sort of
we
thing.
pay Adele to clean. Shouldn't that be separate from her library other tasks? Shouldn't it be under that?
Don't know where that money comes from
Yeah.
because it's not part of
Oh, it might
her-
come from select,
That
from the
comes from the
town.
town, yeah.
Gotcha.
That does.
Yeah.
So maybe that replaced custodian?
I believe so, because I've never seen it populated with a number.
Okay.
And my understanding on building maintenance is shoveling.
Right. Salting, probably, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Hopefully.
Salting too.
I mean,
Oh, salting.
well,
yes.
then there's also the window washing, which I don't have,
Oh, right.
I'm looking for that second number, but, haven't gotten it yet, but that's gonna be, but again, we could budget that. He said that he could break it down into years so that we wouldn't have to pay it all at one time, but that could be another, like, potentially 500 a
Oh,
year,
okay.
you know what I mean?
Okay, for 4 years?
Well, I think,
Or would we do it every year?
well, I'm wondering, maybe I could talk to him about what, we could also tell him what we have to pay, what we can afford a year, and he can do.
Would it be possible for us to set up a system where we do a quarter of the building a year, so that every 4 years, or however we want to do it, half the building every year, so it's every other year?
Yeah, I think you could do anything we wanted to.
Yeah.
I think we could be really creative, and and I can ask him again for the model that he does for the other library that he does. It's another old building, so that's just Gino, that's not the other Steve's window washing that I'm waiting to hear a number from, but I know that Gino is able to do that.
That seems, I don't think
Jean
it's gonna
Belko.
be much less, I doubt.
No, I can't imagine, but
It's great.
So would we add that into?
I think we should add that into,
Oh, what number are you putting in for
It's
that?
down at the bottom, building and grounds.
Yep. Yes, but-
Adding 500 per year, so it would be, building maintenance, sorry. That would be
1,000 instead.
1,000 instead of
Uh-huh.
500.
I wish Nancy Merlino was still here, because she said she washed the windows of the town hall, so we could hire her.
Who did that?
Nancy did. I think Nancy said she did.
She did.
Nancy Morlino?
I'm joking.
I know, we should never do that.
Oh, she won't do it again?
I don't see how you get to the back windows.
I don't think she did the back windows, and they look really clean, so I don't understand it. She didn't.
I had a David Morris come today.
Oh, I know David Morse.
He was so reasonable.
To window wash?
Yeah, it's his business.
I'll reach out to him. I mean, we publicized it, and I put
I
it,
would reach out to him, he's a very nice.
is he the one who's married to the woman who owns Sweet Birch
Oh, I don't know about it.
Bakery? David Morse? I'll ask you later for his contact information,
Could you
Joanne.
send it to me too, because I work at my house?
Yeah, me too.
He lives in Peru now. His house got destroyed during Hurricane Helene in Londonderry.
No, it might not be, it's not who I'm thinking of
So he's
then.
now in Peru.
Can I ask
Okay.
you, Claire?
Just him and his wife.
Oh, okay.
That's who we used. And I was stunned at how reasonable it
He was
was.
so reasonable.
Is it Morris or Morse? I'm sorry, I could,
Morris.
Oh, Morris. I thought you said Morse. Okay, so Morris.
thank you, I just couldn't quite hear.
No, you were right, because I thought it was Morse.
Sorry,
But he was booking out, when we had our windows done midsummer, he was booking out the following summer already.
I know, but I just called him and he came.
Oh, really?
about 2 weeks ago, and came today.
Great.
Nice work.
Thank you.
I couldn't believe how cheap it was.
Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Twice the amount of money to charge, so.
Because they come up from Peru to do this.
It's a distance.
So, how would we be able to, unless we want to try to vote on this tonight, I mean, one thing that Julie said she needs is the number for the salaries.
Right.
So, do we make a decision as to whether we're going to try to, I don't want to thwart the discussion up, but I think we're getting close to having covered it, but do we want to, and in order to do that, have we decided on the amount for the salaries?
For the salaries, we need to vote, and that's what we agreed to do that in this meeting. We have to vote to ask the select board.
And we have that number?
Yeah. So, right, so this, what I would propose is that we think about these numbers. I will input those changes that we made and try to make it, I will take away fiscal year 23 so that we can see it hopefully all on one page, or make it into a legal size just for our viewing. If anybody has things that they think about, we can bring up to me and I can amend it and then bring it to December. I will also check in with Christine to see if she has any other thoughts about what the budget should look like, rather than, like, if you know, with time, that would help her to have some input.
May I ask for a stylistic request?
Sure.
Would it be possible for you to leave, when you're creating the tables, to put the table lines in?
Sure.
It makes, it would be easier for me to read it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Because it's just, I
know.
I normally do that. It was inherited.
I usually do
this.
So. Yeah, no, it wasn't a criticism, it was just a request.
That's Jennifer's. She does the schedule.
But yeah, so I mean, we'll have to have some more sort of big discussions, I think, with the numbers that we're looking at. And it's not something that can be, it just takes some time and some thought.
I think it might help, because in our discussion, if we change in December, if we change something, we would want to see it happen on a sheet, active sheet, to make sure that we stay balanced.
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean.
So right now you're changing, like taking notes.
Right.
But it doesn't actively change the numbers like it would if the spreadsheet were open in front of you.
So if we
right. I'm going to input those changes, and then I would send it out to the board.
Yes.
And then, but the board wouldn't have access to an open live document.
Oh, that's right. But I'm saying that in the next discussion in December, that if we change anything, then we need to see the effect at the meeting.
Right.
Is it possible in that meeting for us to have it up, on the screen?
Sure. I mean, we can move over to that.
Just because.
Or maybe I could use Christine's laptop.
Yeah.
Because I don't have access to a laptop, so I've been using the library computer. So yeah, if she can bring that, that would be great.
Oh, good idea.
That would be,
And then we can all look, and everybody can look at it together. That'd be good.
Huddle around it.
Or we can project it.
We can project it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Good idea.
I'm up for that.
Perfect.
So then, we would need a reminder to her to bring that laptop.
Harley, that's you. To remind Christine to bring the laptop.
To the December meeting?
To the December meeting.
Thank you. Do we want to ask for more information about the programs, or to see if they can?
So you're asking, going back to the conversation, if there can be a more detailed list of what programming is?
Well, it's just that this.
Yeah,
this
why
so
was
Joni,
that?
this is
Why?
like
I
why?
understand what she's
Who
asking.
would have the answer to that?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I could look it up by the
'Cause even
warrants,
this-
but it would.
You know, even.
Did they keep anything, like, some kind of tally or anything like that? I guess not.
Maybe Adele would have an idea.
Or for...
No, for anything.
I think warrant is about
it?
the only, I think, I'd be surprised if there was some nice accounting thing with notes and,
That seems like something that would be fair to ask Christine to look into, right?
I think so. I mean,
It'd be helpful for her to know.
she would, right, that's true. She should be probably working on that on her own. Okay.
And she can collaborate with Adele, because maybe Adele will have some
Yeah,
insight.
but it's also,
Yeah.
Right, you're right, Grace.
none of us should ask Adele, but
Right.
she should,
Yep.
is what I think.
Yes, definitely.
You're right.
I'm sorry, what was that thread?
Just that Christine can talk to Adele and hopefully they can come up with what the programming was broken down, just the cost.
Oh, where those expenses came from?
So do we have any more questions, or is that just weird?
I don't.
But we could maybe expect to see an updated draft, like maybe within 2 weeks of the next meeting?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Yeah, 2 weeks, I will do that, and we'll update what we've talked about here.
Will you be meeting with Christine in the next 2 weeks?
We've talked about that. Our schedules don't mesh up very well. I don't know what her availability is outside of Wednesday and Saturday. It's been problematic. But I hope to. But so.
Or by email.
Right. Yeah, I know. Yes. I think she's going to be on for Thanksgiving, and so will I, but yeah. So I do want to say that this is the kind of conversation I was hoping to have, and I'm pretty troubled by the antagonistic approach that was taken. I'm doing a lot of work. I'm doing a lot of forensic work, and I want our conversation to be civil and respectful, and I don't think I was treated nicely by either of you, and Joni and Harley. And I just want to say, my intention is to have an open discussion about these big things, and the anger that was leveled at me is just not appropriate for a board meeting.
May I?
Or even, I mean.
Does that include the public? So what you witnessed of the public for antagonism?
I'm talking about directed personally at me. I'm not talking about the public. I'm just saying that.
Did you understand my comments about what was expected?
Yeah, you're continuing that, and that's.
Let Joni speak, because Joni's,
I'd like to hear Joni.
I really wasn't trying to add vitriol. I was honestly thinking that you had met with her, because when I come on Wednesdays, you're often here. And so I was asking if that was if you had met with her. I wasn't trying to be, I started raising my voice because there was started being, my voice wasn't being heard. And so then my voice got louder, and then the situation got hot. I wasn't trying to poke you. I was honestly thinking that you had been in conversation with her because you were here.
But
that's why I'm clarifying now.
but
That's
that's
why-
not the way it
hold on.
sounded to
I
me.
think it's
That's
difficult
why-
when the board is trying to speak.
There is no public comment at this point.
Sue,
I'd like to respond to Joni.
just a moment, please. I would like to respond first because this is a dialogue that's happening.
It's not your, I'd like to respond to you.
No, you don't have to address Sue. I think you should address Corey.
Okay, Corey, I'm sorry. So, I wasn't trying to be adversarial. I was really thinking that that was what was happening when I come on Wednesday nights and your car is here. So I wasn't trying to poke you, and I apologize if that's how it came across.
It didn't come across as poking, it came as like a pointed line of inquiry, very forceful questions, and then on the other side, Harley at the same time. And that's not how functional boards should communicate at all.
Okay,
I've put in a lot of work on this. It's been challenging. I haven't had input from Christine. I've asked for it via email. She met with Harley and they did something, but I just don't think that that's how we should treat each other. And I just need to say that because I feel that or I don't want to call it discussion, but what was happening before we had our break was just not right.
Please copy me on these emails that you interchange with Christine, because I'm getting a different story.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what the intention was of giving Christine a 24-page detailed report of all transactions. That's something that you could pull the essential numbers out very quickly because you know where to find them.
No, I think in the bylaws, the treasurer and the director are supposed to work on the budget together, but I don't know that, as far as the 24, that's what I worked off of, was that printout from Julie.
Yes, exactly.
I worked off of it and I gave it to her at the same time.
Yes, but why?
So she could have numbers to get the,
But you said that you worked off of that sheet.
She actually asked me for it.
Oh, she asked for a set of numbers.
Yes. And I gave her the set of numbers that I had.
And did you indicate to her what she needed to do with them?
No, she's the director. I think she should be able to figure that out.
I see. So that's how you structure someone for success.
No, that's not true.
Wow.
First of all, it's not my job to do that, but,
I see.
second.
I hope you're
It
listening.
isn't your job.
This is interesting. This is interesting. This is very interesting.
I don't understand. I was given the information, the printout year-to-date from Julie, fiscal year 2024. Christine asked me for those numbers. I made a copy for her and I gave them to her. I don't think I thought that was the...
Did she give you any feedback or just Harley?
No, I don't know.
Because this is also, I mean, if you're trying to communicate with, I'm sensing, Harley, that you're having, there's a whole triangle here of information, which is, again, dysfunctional. But if you're working with Christine, I don't understand why Christine is giving feedback to Harley about what you're supposed to be working on with her.
Because I was confronting Christine about why wasn't this done yet.
I see. But
so my question is, what did you do with the numbers from that report? What specific, not specific, but generally, which column did you populate based on that 24-page report?
The actuals?
The actuals for one fiscal year.
Correct.
And it's about 30 entries for revenues and expenses.
I didn't count. The thing is, Harley...
And why, when you did that, didn't you just share that with Christine? Because that was work that you did to find all those numbers from that report, and that would have been cooperative work. Why should two people do the same work?
Well, why did you do it?
Yeah, why did you do it?
I only did it for the revenues.
Okay, but I don't think this is, first of all, if you have an agenda of some other thing rather than looking at this budget, then that's what you should
My
bring up.
agenda is
But-
getting the budget done.
Correct, okay. That's mine as well. I'm doing it the best that I can. I'm not, like I said, I've heard back from Christine, she had said no increase in the budget. I went off of that. I was hoping that she could come up with her own numbers as well, because she's the director, I'm not, and I don't have that kind of experience.
It's the treasurer and the director working together, despite what Julie Mack said earlier. It has been the director and the treasurer working together on the budget.
Okay, that's what we're,
Well, no one's disputing that.
I don't think that's what we're
That's
talking
not what
about.
occurred here.
Okay, Julie's not here. The director's
There's no
not here.
comment
Julie's
from the
not-
public.
And so all we're getting is from Harley.
The thing,
Wait,
I mean,
hold
so,
on.
right, so Christine?
She's not disputing the facts.
You don't have to address Sue if you don't want any public comment, but I'm really troubled by your expression and your tone, Harley. I'm really, I mean,
It's not
Cory just made an
comfortable.
appeal for us to try to work together, and there feels like these undercurrents of all sorts of stuff that this is new news to me. What are you thinking, Joni or Grace? This is, again, we're all equal board members here. It sounds like, you're doing your own budget work, which if you really wanted to facilitate the budget getting done, then you would have maybe perhaps talked to both Cory and Christine instead of doing it yourself or directing like these insults. But listen to what.
I'm trying to parse this out.
Yeah.
I'm
So
trying to parse-
this is not effective, and I wish Christine was here. She should be here for the budgetary meeting, for goodness sakes. She shouldn't have been offered an absence, Harley.
So
This
what
unilateral decision you made.
is the fact that the budget needed to be done, and I went through it with Christine and explained to her
No.
stuff that wasn't
You should
clear
have talked
to
to the
her.
treasurer and Christine, like you just said, the treasurer
I meet
and the
with
director.
Christine once a week, and this was this was the alligator closest to the boat.
No,
The
that's
budget needed to be done.
No,
That
you
was
should have
a
then talked to
judgment
Cory.
I made.
Stop with your
I
judgments.
sent the budget to Cory.
Don't you interrupt, Bob. You are so biased, it's unbelievable.
To Cory because I did not want to circumvent you.
Yeah.
This is so unproductive.
Yeah.
It is
Can we agree?
Yeah, on every level.
Cory did a lot of work, and we're grateful for that. And in the future, there should be more communication on all sides.
I did hear from Harley, and I talked to him, and I told him that I had
So
been
let's
working on the
say
budget.
good
We
for
did,
those
that was on the
things,
phone,
and maybe
so we
it
don't
did
have a record of that, but.
Work as quite as it should, and going forward,
But-
we need to work on it.
Right,
But I
and-
don't understand why we're nitpicking about
Or
who did what here.
the anger of it.
Because Cory
is
got
so-
attacked, Grace.
That's the thing that
That's
was
what it
like.
sounded like to me, that
felt
Cory
like-
just got attacked for a tremendous amount of work that she's doing. I don't, really, a really big problem here is that the Christine doesn't have enough hours to get the job done as director. Because like the meeting, her time, her availability for meeting is very infrequent. And everybody, as we all know, has busy lives. I just can't believe after the fight in the beginning of this budgetary meeting, and then I felt like as a group we were working well together and collaboratively, to then have to have it end like this is just disheartening. And again, it takes us right back to the beginning of where we started, Harley. Really, I can't. How disappointing.
And that was my point of speaking, was that I wanted us to have the elevated conversation that we had and the thoughtful discussion. That's my intention as a treasurer. I value the input from the board, and I think that that's the way this should work, is to hear from people and have open discussion. So, then that turned into something negative. I think we can stop there.
Any other discussion on the budget? Oh, I do want to understand the process going forward is before the next meeting, the board has a copy to look at?
I will input the changes.
In 2 weeks.
Into an Excel spreadsheet and into this, and send that out to the board. in 2 weeks.
So it seems to me that we have at least a $3,500 hit to the $39,000 nominal budget and a $2,500 hit at least. And my question is, we have savings and investment accounts. How do they figure into what we can spend or not?
That will be a question for Julie. I haven't, I think it had been surplus in the years past. I don't think that it had been a deficit, so.
No, I'm referring to our investment accounts and checking account that we can use. Can we use that money to supplement the budget, because our $39,000, which was flat from last year, seems like it's going to be lower by at least $2,500.
I'd say more than that. I'd say our fundraising's falling short, our grant writing's falling short, we've had legal expenses that makes us fall short. It's gonna be a lot less.
I'm talking about next fiscal year.
Right, so, again, that's a question for Julie. Like I say, in the past, it had been surplus, so it hasn't been something, I don't think, that the board has had to deal with. So I will ask.
Okay. Thank you. I never understood how we could or could not use those accounts
And I
for
think that,
unexpected expenses or revenue shortfalls.
right, I don't, I'm not sure how the library board works it, but we would, you know, whatever, we would have to vote on what we wanted to do as well. So I will come up with, I will find that out and give different options.
Thank you, Corey. And thank you for your work.
Sure.
Calendar year 2024 fundraising effort number 2, Raffle. So the first subtopic on this topic is raffle drawing for Friday, 15th of November. The sense, I believe this was a flat-out mistake, but the sense was we're going to leave it because right now, for example, can you imagine holding a raffle drawing? The vibe just isn't right. So what time on Friday, the 15th of November, would at least one board member be able to make a raffle drawing?
Well, hold on.
Okay.
It wasn't a mistake, because I was actually in the library and Adele said that she wrote the letter a long time ago and that no one informed her that it was supposed to be a drawing at our meeting. So, I believe, Harley, that should have gone to, or Christine, who was at our meeting last month, should have told Adele, or should have certainly proofread the letter, but she was armed with the knowledge that we made a decision in good faith that we would have the drawing here, that it would be more publicly attended, and that it would give us a little breath of some positive energy. Yes, if we, now knowing what we know after tonight, it would be awkward, or maybe we would have done it in the beginning.
Done it in the beginning, yeah.
But the point is that we decided as a board that it would be done tonight, and then it wasn't. And it wasn't because of, again, extremely ineffective communication. It wasn't just an accident of the letter. So that is important to understand why that happened or how that happened, so that that doesn't happen in the future.
Can you clarify when?
Sure.
So you said that you were in the library with Adele?
Yeah.
When was that, when the letter had already gone out, or when the letter was being drafted?
It had already gone
It
out.
had already gone out.
Okay.
She also didn't.
It was not very long ago. It was just a few days ago. It was like last week. And she
didn't think that the library board had to be present for the drawing. She said that the staff was going to take care of it.
Yeah, she did not.
We were both there. It was, so I was part of that conversation.
I see.
I was really confused about it because we had voted and talked about it being at the meeting as
Is that, so we don't, is there no action for us to worry about for Friday, November 15th?
I don't know about an action, but there was mention that the board had to be present at the drawing for some reason, maybe for, if board members.
Well, board members are supposed to be involved in fundraising.
No, but if, I think as mentioned, if board members had bid on things to win, it was somebody, I think, said, oh, well, it'll be at a meeting in public, so that's fine. And then if we can't all be there, right, if it wouldn't be, we wouldn't want an open meeting, sorry.
A quorum?
Right, so would it only be 1 or 2 people?
No, we can all be in the same place at the same time.
If we don't discuss library matters.
Or conduct library business, but I
Yes.
would think that the raffle would be library business.
I would too.
Oh,
But then, yeah, so, anyway, how, do we understand and recognize, though, what happened? We don't,
well, from your, I recognize and understand your summary.
I emailed you and Christine about it when I got the letter, because mine was delayed because it goes to my husband and he doesn't get the mail, or he doesn't check his that often. So I let the board know.
I do recall.
Separately from
Yes.
that. Just as an awareness of the timing being wrong. I mean, I feel like the letter went out saying that it was going to be drawn. It didn't say a time, but it said it would be, it didn't even say it would be drawn. I don't know. It said that they were due by Friday the 15th.
When-
I have it.
just said, yeah, when we draw.
5 PM.
Yeah.
5 PM on November 15th.
I didn't get a letter. My husband got it.
Also, the tickets say 5
Correct.
PM.
They said that's the
15th.
date. Yes.
Yeah. So, do we have a board member willing to be here at 5 PM on November 15th?
Well, can we talk about how the change happened, or what we can do to prevent that?
I'm not sure. People need to proofread letters. I am guilty of putting wrong dates on things left and right, even though I'm thinking about it specifically at that moment.
Well, no, this was more than the date. It was also Christine and you then Christine, then Adele. That's the chain of communication. We had the board meeting, Christine was present, you were present, but the point was, we said we wanted to have it at the board meeting, and we agreed upon that at the board meeting, in open meeting. So it's not just like a mistake of proofreading, we actually were implementing like a new idea and a new, right, like to have the drawing.
No, it's typically done at a board meeting.
Okay, so this is...
Okay, so typically done at a board meeting, we decided to have it at the board meeting. The raffle is typically at the board meeting?
Yeah.
Well, then, why would Adele then think that?
Because last year it did not happen at a board meeting. You're right, Joni. I forget why. I do recall the previous year it was done at a board meeting. I don't recall before that.
Well, it makes,
do you recall, Sue?
I don't. Did the board read this letter? The board's...
hold on, we're getting to that.
Well, I did ask, actually. I asked Christine. I asked if any trustee had seen it before it went out. She said, I'll check with Nina and let me get back to you. I have not heard a response from that.
So we can ask the board now.
So, I didn't see it, and
I didn't see
would
it.
not have let that go out.
But you signed it.
I didn't sign it.
No,
I
none
know,
of us signed
I know.
it, but
I mean,
I know.
it says...
but it's signed the trustees.
It's a real
So
embarrassment.
that is horrendous.
Okay.
Horrendous, and
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing this.
so it's a horrendous mistake that this assigned the trustees when not a single trustee got to see the letter before it went out. That's one thing over many about the problems with this letter, which probably everybody in here received. Okay, it is embarrassingly grammatically incorrect. There's not even a full sentence. I'm sure as
There's not one full sentence?
no, there's one sentence that is not even a sentence. It's not even a
okay.
sentence. I mean, it is embarrassing.
Really bad.
I have received a lot of letters and have given a lot of donations. This was, first of all, I got 2 letters, one to Robert, so if anybody knew my husband, they know he was Bob, and then mine, and Corey didn't get one at all. I don't know why 2 come to my household, same address, but there are a lot of problems with this letter. But the biggest problem for me is that the trustee's name is signed and I never saw it. That's a problem. So I want to know how and why that happened. The actual writing of this letter.
Somebody wrote the letter.
Badly.
And sent it out.
Badly and inappropriately, signing my name.
Yes, that's how it happened.
It shouldn't have happened.
So, no mystery there.
Shouldn't have happened.
Well, the mystery is.
Shouldn't have happened.
So how do you correct that?
But how it did happen.
Well, you're running the board, and you are the conduit of communication.
Yes.
You talk to everybody much more than I do. I want to know who's responsible for it then. So it happened. It was, who's responsible?
You can't change it.
Who's, correct. I want to know who's responsible for it.
I don't know, actually, whether it's Adele or Nina.
So one of them is responsible, Harley.
Yes, and-
So you need to actually, as the chair of our board, make it abundantly clear all the problems with it.
But
I see.
Christine supervises them though, right?
Yes, and
Yes.
so my conduit is to talk to Christine and say, look, this letter.
Say, gee,
And do you know
Some
what?
problems with the letter. And that a letter that is signed, if I'm hearing Lauren correctly, is signed by the board, needs to be seen by the board.
And not just mailed out.
Yes.
This
Not just
is,
mailed out. Totally agree.
there's not one bit of gratitude to any of our donations. No one, there's nothing like thank you to our sponsors or donators who, and I don't, that's another question, is donated by? I'd like clarity on that, because if I were a business, I wondered, because I saw on the board that Thomas's crossed out donated by Harley and says donated by Thomas's Auto Repair.
I crossed out Harley because that donation came from Thomas's, and I think that the donor gets credit, and that's key.
Correct. So you're saying that every other thing up there, Joni, a lot of those baskets are yours.
I didn't.
Bought? Those are donated by the businesses?
Those are donated, but.
Yeah, so that's a really big problem, especially going forward. If I were to go out there and try to solicit donations from businesses, that business in turn should get advertising, it should get gratitude, it should get a thank you, and it should get recognition, and it definitely shouldn't say that I am the one who donated. That's a really big error, another big error. So we have some major problems here, major ones.
Let's be clear on the scope of at least my contributions. Thomas's was.
And then the Gemini Fitness also you paid for.
I'm just saying Gemini Fitness said, well, we'll give you old people and somebody could win it who isn't over 65.
No, but you paid for it. They didn't donate it.
What does that mean?
I don't know. But I'm asking, did you pay for the
Gemini Fitness did not pay for it.
So you paid for it?
Gemini Fitness did not pay for it and therefore.
Hold on a minute.
You can't, this is like.
No. Let me ask a more specific question. Did you pay for a, what is the?
1 year membership.
Did you pay for the 1 year membership?
Why do you want to know?
Oh my God, are you kidding?
Why do you want to know?
Because it acts like, because the letter is written as if you paid for it. And if you did, it's terrific, and we would thank you, Harley, for that donation.
Well, then thank me.
You paid for the year donation.
Thank me.
Don't.
So you,
You're a straight answer.
boy, you are so, your communication skills as a chair of a board are really frightening, Harley. So you are making this contentious, even though I didn't make the mistake.
There is no mistake on Gemini Fitness. What mistake?
So.
About mistakes in general, the letter and other donations and other baskets.
So in the basket, so the thing that's.
Straight answer.
Just.
Yes, I paid for it. No, I didn't pay for it. That's all you have to do. But look at, it's like you're 4 years old.
And I think also, Harley, I want to say that as a board, we sort of have a fiduciary duty to disclose donations, or, if it's the board member donating, I mean, that's important for us financially. It's not a silly question at all. And
I didn't receive a thank you for
Hold on,
donations to the
hold on
book
a
sale.
second. When somebody donates
see anyone
something
else
to the
donate.
board, there
You
should
did
be
receive a
recognition that they donated to the board, correct?
I'm saying that the board should have a clear delineation between donations and where that donation comes from.
Yes.
So if Thomas's Auto donated that, then it should be front and center donated by Thomas's Auto.
I totally agree.
So even that crossing out and putting donated by Thomas's Auto is pretty unprofessional, and we should have just at least reprinted that, but she was asking about Gemini as well, and it is important for the board to understand where the...
Why do you want to know?
All the donations?
You yelled at me?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
I donated Gemini Fitness. I donated the tools.
Okay.
I donated the gift certificate from American Hardware.
Okay.
I donated something else, and I'm drawing a blank on it. And Thomas's, since I have spent 5 figures or more, I felt comfortable, well, I've spent so much time with Keith that I felt comfortable asking for a donation.
Okay,
But he wasn't recognized, and that was a mistake. And I asked Nina to correct it there.
It's not here
And I
either.
asked Nina, no, the letter had gone out. I asked Nina to correct it on the website. And I asked Christine, may I ask Nina to do these corrections?
Joni, were you going to say something about your donations?
I was going to say that I wasn't expecting for it to be laid out the way that it was.
front and center, kind of.
I was not expecting that, and I found that unsavory. But you're right, the businesses who donate do need to be recognized, but it is tricky because I think that this is the way that it has been done in the past as a way to, at least last year it was done this way, as a way to enforce within the board participation, and I don't necessarily agree with that. But I will say that I did spend a lot of time contacting, and I did
It
spend...
takes a tremendous amount of time.
I did spend my own resources, I did spend my own money with buying things for the basket, but, so I agree with you that the way that this was done was not palatable, and...
It just wasn't professional,
And
and it wasn't conducive to trying to encourage more donations in the future. And I've looked, there are good records in the office, and I've seen previous years with a lot of donations, a lot more donations actually, and it's done in a different, and that's the other thing, I just feel like the poor organization for this fundraiser, I felt personally excluded. I understand that how much time you put in, it actually coincided with one of the busiest weekends of the restaurant, that we have all year. I didn't have the free time. I did finally come up with a donation, but I was treated, in my opinion, so disrespectfully by our community coordinator, and with lack of communication, I felt excluded from the program. That's not the point of my talking up about this. This has to be done better. This has to be done much, much better. And so does that, it's embarrassing to me. And if I were one of the business owners that came up and saw it, I would not be encouraged to donate again. That's it. That's pretty much, unless there was something more specific. I don't know what you want to do about, like, the problems with grammar, but what I do know that as a board member, I don't want to ever see my name as a trustee grouped together with anything that goes out without my prior seeing it ever again.
And I want to bring this back to the bylaws. Our correspondent is Grace, our secretary, and so that she should have been allowed that input.
Be more specific, please.
Grace, for our correspondent,
Yeah.
writing a letter on behalf of the trustees, correct? Does that make sense? I mean, I'm sorry,
yes.
Grace,
No,
but,
yeah.
I mean,
No, that's a
your
really good...
writing is not to be questioned, so I wouldn't, I think that we already, in our bylaws, have a board member who is assigned to do something like that, so that was in violation of our bylaws, and not through any fault of hers at all.
Right.
I guess if the staff did it, I don't know how that works, but if they put us in violation of the bylaws, but that, to me, it was very frustrating knowing that we have somebody who is kind of tasked with that sort of thing.
That's a very good point, Corey. Thank you.
May I add something, please?
Barbara?
I would just like to add something about the appeal letter. When I saw on the Board of Trustees, I was a little perturbed because anybody could write a letter like that. There was no signature. The board was not listed anywhere on the letter. You know, have I not come to the meetings or know who the board members are?
Yes.
I would kind of like to know who is behind the Board of Trustees.
Yes.
It's just a suggestion, maybe in the future you could have the board listed or somebody should sign it, maybe you should sign it.
So your comment started with saying the appeal letter, and for a minute I thought, oh my God, that hasn't been done yet. Where did somebody send that out? So thank you for that little heart palpitation. But on this letter, I agree with you, and our appeal letter does list the trustees as well as it's signed by me. And I do see the letter ahead of time.
I was talking actually about...
Yes, about this. But I do want to clarify about the appeal letter, which a effective board chair would have brought the draft to the meeting to show, but it is not ready yet. And we will, and I don't know, December meeting is too late?
The 3rd.
The 3rd? I guess that works okay. Not sure.
I mean, it's only a couple weeks after this fundraiser, so I just
Question about open meeting law and this particular little, which I'm just realizing now in real time, so this isn't well thought out, but there is an appeal letter. And I think that that is a very critical letter, and seeing, other people seeing it would probably help. So, do we think it's an open meeting law that when the letter is drafted, it is sent to board members who respond only to, and there's no discussion, please make these changes? Or is this a letter that should be reviewed in open meeting and looked at in open meeting?
Has it been looked at in open meeting? Is there precedence for being looked at before being sent out?
It has never been looked at by the board in an open meeting, to my knowledge.
I wouldn't go by precedence, though.
I'm just asking, I'm not asking about this board, I'm asking about historic continuity, so even prior to this board, because other boards that I'm on.
Oh, Sue, thank you.
Okay. Anyway, what we've done in the past is had envelopes and written notes to people. Right. You know, like that, so that, yeah, like Harley would sign it as the board chair, but then we'd all be able to go through it and...
Do you take like the names that you know? And
Yeah.
you write the personal letter?
Yeah.
We're talking about the draft, like the actual body of the letter.
The actual letter.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that that's what the news that's coming up is. We have to have a envelope stuffing party, and there may be changes, but I didn't have this on the agenda.
You should see it and you'll show everybody first just to check for typos and whatever.
And so, do we think that that's okay to send it to people?
I think it should be sent to people for sure.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
I think that, Corey, that might be a little bit late, but the raffle is this week, so I think it might be fine if it goes out a little bit later in December after our next meeting.
Our fundraising this year has been abominable because this has been a year of reorganization. It's been a very difficult year, but to have these, to ask people for money, we've lost the town money. It just feels like this is.
But
I understand what the.
Just as a quick counterpoint,
Sure.
our book sale was up this year, wasn't it? It was up in comparison to last year by some, I don't know. But you're right, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just saying things can be better, but it's not as dire as...
You mean financially?
No, I mean, like, it's dire, but it's, I don't know, I mean...
It is what it is. I mean, but,
Right.
and so I want the opportunity to make it better. I want the opportunity to go forward and do it better. And there are some real delicacies and with fundraising, and I just feel...
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
So, can you delve into those delicacies? Because it feels like there's been some frustration on your part that the board is having to do fundraising. And I guess I'm not understanding that because it's in the bylaws, and so I'm just, can you clarify that for me so I understand your position?
Yeah, I guess to clarify that, it would be probably the organization of I saw in the bylaws that there should be subgroups created for fundraising. That, to me, I have gotten...
Like a Friends of the Library group?
No, I think for, like, actually, I found the handout that, I don't know if I got it, but, you know, board members are supposed to get it when they become, like, a packet.
Like this?
Vermont, that notebook there?
Well, now I'm not gonna be able to, I don't wanna spend much...
I'm not gonna ask you, but I'm just, like...
Yeah, it was specific to Pawlet Library, actually. I must have left it at home.
Well, I would...
No, I did that, no, that's from the Department of Libraries. These are the, I guess I left it at home.
The fundraising committee that focuses on fundraising, organizes and plans it outside of just a spin-off from our meetings.
I think, I'm not prepared to go into it at depth, but I appreciate Joni's question, and I would love the opportunity to answer it, because, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with organization and the way that things have not been run properly.
Could you repeat Joni's question at your volume and not her volume?
Is what, I think, what she has sensed a resistance to me with fundraising, and she's wondering why, or what my feelings are.
I'm just trying to understand, like, it seems like there's a depth of context that I'm missing.
I was extremely frustrated. I thought it was unprofessional and inappropriate for Dell to tell me that I needed to provide a $100 gift basket the way that she did. I feel like that direction should come from the board and a group of the board, whoever is in charge of fundraising. In fact, what I did see was that the fundraising, and this is from, I'm going to find it and provide it to you guys for next month, but the Pawlet Library historically has had two board members and community members together create these boards or subcommittees to organize fundraisers, and that's not, it's not a Friends of the Library. I wish it was. That's like that's something very different. That's like a 503(1), I think 501(c) or blah blah blah. So I would love to answer that when we have more time, but right now I think we should go beyond it. But I have real reasons as to why I have those feelings, because I have had lots of experience with fundraising, and I've never experienced the kind of, disorganization and unprofessionalism as I have in this group. That's not directed at you, Joni, that's the group.
Julie?
I just, in the hopes of getting you out of the weeds, Harley asked a question about sending an email with a draft to the board members and having them respond individually back to him, as long as there is no cross communication, and whether or not that would violate open meeting law. In my opinion, it would not. And I think that probably is where you should land so you can move forward in this meeting.
Thanks, Julie.
Yeah.
Martha has something to say.
Martha?
I just wanted to share some information if it might be helpful. I don't see any problem with your postponing your appeal letter for another month. The Pawlet Historical Society has just mailed ours, and it always...
damn it, we were trying to beat them!
Well, it always seems to me that these things from the community to the community, coming from the same organizations every year and falling in the same month, is really counterproductive.
I agree with that.
So if you wanted to wait another month, I think that'd actually be better.
Yeah, I think with proper organization, we would be able to look at a calendar year and really strategize what the best time is to do it. But Joni, I mean, if you have another feeling, please. But we're not gonna make that change now, I guess.
Oh, was there someone else about to speak here? Question, I thought that there was some law, it's not a natural law, but get your fundraising letters out before the end of the fiscal year because people want the tax deduction.
Is it fiscal year? Calendar year.
Calendar year, thank you. Calendar year because people want, and that's the deadline I was going with, and do it before the holidays actually hit.
Well, I mean, that's true, but you still get the tax deduction no matter what time of the year you donate.
That's true.
You get it no matter what time it is.
Right.
So we could, you know.
If we did it in January.
I know that people are, you know, do it in March because people are paying their taxes in April. You know, no, that's a great strategy.
So do we have maybe a consensus or maybe make a decision about when we want to execute the, well, no, I have it under new business. We will wait until new business.
So you will send a draft letter to us individually, and we will respond individually with it.
No,
We're gonna talk about it in new business.
Oh, that's in new business.
Maybe
Okay, I thought you were talking about something else in new business.
Yeah. No, that's the fundraising effort number 3. Response to the question, when does a board member seeking advice require, let me clarify, are we done with the raffle?
No, we're still on it because we did not discuss the drawing or I guess the time was already set, is that right?
5 p.m.
Are board members, I guess 2 board members going?
I'm going to be out of town all weekend.
Do we have a volunteer board member to be here Friday at 5 o'clock? Sober.
Oh, that's the
this was set not by the board, so I would imagine we might not have availability.
I mean, I'm not available, Joni's not available.
I will be here at 5 o'clock. Now, if I win something,
I thought we said
I don't want.
We said that it came out as money is money, so like that's kind of where Ruth Lampy said, you know, I think it's appropriate, and everybody's like, yeah, I guess it's.
I think it was because it was going to be an open meeting,
right?
And,
I hear that.
Video,
right?
So that was where that happened. Right. So now that's not. I don't know, but I guess the tickets are already purchased for the most part.
I can come by as well. So
Sorry?
I can come by.
Let us know who is doing the actual drawing.
Last year it was Lindsay's children, and that was fun. Sorry?
Was not anybody who was associated.
We went around the circle.
Yes, we actually took turns.
It was an outsider who, excuse me, who drew the ticket.
Somebody who hasn't purchased the ticket.
It was the board members that were there and Lindsay and Lindsay's children.
So it probably should be somebody who doesn't have tickets purchased in there.
I just wonder if it's a good idea to have somebody from the outside, a child, maybe one of the children who could pull the ticket. Somebody where you couldn't point a finger and say, wait a minute.
Right.
You know.
Oh my gosh.
Enjoy yourself.
Is that the environment?
Enjoy yourself. Look what's going on.
Is that where we are?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Do you have one you want to draft?
Raffle off.
Oh my gosh.
I think that is a nice idea.
It is.
I can be there and I don't have any tickets.
If one of you wins the tickets, throw it back in, and then you pull somebody else.
No, man, if I'm winning, I'm eating that chocolate.
I guess
hopefully there will, it'd be great if people came by.
Is there a party or is it just the drawing?
I haven't seen it, and I don't know if it shows up. I don't know if we can get it in Front Porch Forum in that or.
And then make an article, put it in the news guide.
Oh.
I think that's a great idea going forward. But it's too late. That's a good.
So at least 2 people.
Only 2. board
I mean,
members?
no, 2 people. At least 2 people in the drawing. But as far as board members, 2, no more than 2.
Okay.
Yeah, raffle drawing is board business. Okay. 5 o'clock Friday, I will be here, Grace, and I will talk, I believe the Friday person is Adele. I will try to talk Adele into staying. And we'll make it a small party. Not sure if we can get a notification out in Front Porch Forum.
And then how are the winners announced?
The library director or Adele, last year it was October, and Adele had the assignment of letting people know, I believe.
So probably that's from the director. Determines, the director would tell, yeah, okay. And then are they like publicly, like put on the Facebook page or anything along those lines?
I don't think we did a good job with that. I think letting people know who won is important, and to show it publicly.
Yep.
Is there plans for how we're going to write thank yous to businesses and to entities who donated?
Can you say that again, Joni?
Sorry, I'm in my tired voice phase. Is there a plan on how we're going to write thank you notes to businesses and other entities who donated to the raffle?
I think that should be Nina's purview, shouldn't it? To coordinate. I'm happy to help, but I think that I believe.
She should have that yeah, she should have that information.
But I think that it needs to be more than a form letter.
Yeah,
Yeah, like a thank you note.
Like an actual handwritten. Do we have library? Stationery, yeah.
I think that's awesome.
I mean, I would be happy to help with it, but I do think that she should coordinate it.
Can we set that as a, can you make sure that, to ask Christine to have that on Nina's desk so that we have a timeline? Because I feel like within 2 weeks of the raffle, thank you notes, and there's a form, gift in kind, or a form that needs to be filled out so that people who donated can take it off their taxes.
I have, in the one donation I didn't pay for, filled out that form and handed it to Thomas's.
So I haven't filled it out for mine yet because it was happening in real time, and so I didn't have the form. There's one more thing. There are also people who need copies of our tax ID number. Does that?
Oh,
I don't know if
I didn't know that. Is it on our form that we give people?
I'm not sure, but it was requested by one of the places that because they wanted to use it so that they could give it to.
We have to use it through the town. It's the town one. You have to get it from the town.
Okay, it's in the binder. We have a tax ID number, so.
I offer some information again?
Please.
I don't believe you have to give a receipt unless the donation is valued at over $250. Now, one of you can check that with your attorney, but that's what I was told when I was running another group, and I asked the attorney for that group, and he said, no, you don't have to unless the value of the gift is over $250. Then you have to supply your tax ID number.
So just the gift in kind form and a thank you would suffice as well.
Yeah, okay.
Great, thank you. That's helpful.
Wow, because we got one drawing out there that's valued at $1,250.
Okay, then that wouldn't deserve one of these notices then?
Yes. Any other discussion on the raffle?
So did we determine how to publicize the winners in a better way than before? Or is that something, again, to go from Christine to Nina?
Publicize winners on our Facebook page?
Facebook page, sure, and I don't know what,
We should,
email list? Is there an email list?
I don't know if this is consequential or not, but Adele was saying that last year there was an incident of fraud where somebody came in and collected a basket that was not their basket.
oh my goodness.
And so I don't know if that's whether either here nor there, but
It seems like announcing the winners would
yeah,
prevent
so I was thinking that that would be a prevention of that happening again.
Okay.
I think front page form too, especially if you included a thank you to the donors and listed the donors.
Yeah.
You know, I think that when you announce the winners and another thanks to our donors and list the donors, like there should be real publicity for them.
And we should also think about thanking the donors in like the free press, or if there's a way to get some buzz on about the raffle. We should have done it beforehand, but Manchester Journal.
If we publicize it, if we publish it now, then hopefully next year, people will say like, oh, I saw that this business or person donated, so now like it's worthwhile.
Right. And then does Nina have an email list of the donors that she would send out? Does she do that with the database?
With the donors?
Does she have or the library contacts, I guess?
Oh, those, I'm not tracking really well.
Well, I said donors because I thought that's where she kind of came in, but it's a library data, like who does the library put out, like, news to, right?
Our email distribution list.
Yep.
Thank you, that's another good suggestion, thank you.
Yes, that's a really good suggestion.
Which I get different reports on whether or not people get our library emails that are sent on that list. Like sometimes they do and sometimes they don't.
And it also seems probably, like, it feels like this is not a topic for now, but this should be a topic for the future, that the donor snap seems like it's problematic when Robert is getting something and it should go to Bob, and when Bob is getting something and it should go to Corey and Bob, or, you know, like,
database management.
Yeah, we got two letters.
Is another issue.
2 letters to the same address.
Database management should be something that we
Thank you.
discuss.
But that's
Database management.
Yeah, that's on like, I don't know.
Good point.
Employee, whatever, the job description, et cetera, review, because it's definitely problematic, especially when you're asking for money to get a name wrong or to leave the contributing member of the family off is pretty obnoxious.
Or what about getting 2?
Well, yeah.
No,
That's okay.
2, how about the ones that are sent with obviously incomplete addresses?
Oh, so it's like, so this is, we're not trying to.
No, it's just something we need to focus on as part of our outreach is database management, and it's proven.
As I recall, I think fairly soon after I joined the board, that was even a bigger problem. And so there was like a round of purging.
Right.
But I think that's probably overdue.
And the board, I think it should be with somebody who knows the recipients.
Yes, a round robin kind of thing, yeah. Anything else on raffle? Result, if you recall, I had the charge to ask VLCT, when does a board member seeking advice require board approval? And I sent the question and the response from Garrett Baxter, Senior Staff Attorney from VLCT. If the board member is acting on behalf of the board, then they need the board's permission to act. In general, this is regarding VLCT, any municipal official, whether they are elected, appointed, a volunteer, or an employee, may use the VLCT as long as their municipality is a VLCT member. So any one of us can ask the VLCT a question. In summary, one generally doesn't need to obtain board approval when asking questions on their own behalf, but they do if such authorization hasn't already been delegated, as is often the case with respect to a board chair, if they're acting on behalf of the board. And the final thing I highlighted, if the committee member didn't either have the prior authorization of the majority of the Board of Library Trustees, then the opinion they sought was for their own purposes, not the board, even though it may have been latter shared with them.
And that's community member, not board member. So that's somebody outside of the community, outside of the board.
Committee.
Committee, if the committee member didn't either have the prior authorization of the majority of the board.
Okay.
So that's the answer to the question. Do we have any concerns about any recent occurring issues based on this information?
Well, I'm assuming this is in regards to like Sue Edwards, correct?
And also,
yes,
our correspondence with either John Klesch that you and I both had, or with Merrill Bent, or with Gary
I've never talked to Merrill Bent.
But like in the
Or
times,
any of those
in the times
things.
that you and I both have, so mostly Sue Edwards, but also there's been several times that board members in general, Harley has asked, you've asked, I've asked.
John
And so-
Klesch.
John Klesch, and so just clarifying that. Those
So that's
relationships.
acceptable.
Right.
The John Klesch question. I don't know what.
That's the VLCT advice.
That's the VLCT, but Merrill Bent is not acceptable.
Klesch isn't VLCT.
Oh, I thought it was.
John Klesch?
Is not VLCT.
He's passive.
He's paid by the insurance company for passive.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
So it's...
How did I not get that till just now? Holy crap.
So his thing is only that one issue.
Correct.
Which I didn't hear back from him about, but I asked for clarity on that. So that's completely different. So the VLCT is.
So is the VLCT passive?
Well, VLCT seems to be in a separate category.
Okay, but the main thing is actually with Sue Edwards soliciting advice on behalf of the board, which is something that there's a board entity like Julie was talking about, and the individual, and we have to think about the board, and we're not talking about ourselves. It's the board is asked, the board is doing this, so we cannot reference the board in public unless we have explicit instruction or direction from the board.
You can't represent the board without explicit, right.
Yep.
I will say that.
And that wasn't a surprise. The answer was not a surprise to me, so I just hope it gave some clarity to the...
Thank you.
Well, it seems still that you can ask any question anywhere, but you can't say, I am representing the Board of Trustees.
Except that you are known in public to be a board member, so you have to differentiate yourself.
Yes, okay. Oh, so it has to go beyond not mentioning the board. It has to be, I am asking this question because I am curious, not representing the board.
Yes, and that's kind of best practices in a small community because it is known. I will say that all the time about the school board, yes. So, and I have to say, you know, I'm speaking only as a person rather than either board
representing,
member. Yep.
So proactively clarify.
Just to remove that relationship from the discussion. It shouldn't inform anybody's opinion or advice or anything.
Right, but proactively saying it, not just not mentioning that.
Right, because not mentioning it is sort of not in the spirit of transparency, right?
I agree that proactive makes it very clear.
And especially if you're asking about something that the board has discussed, you would have it in mind that you want to say you are not representing the board, this is only your personal question. I mean, just for transparency.
But then you can come back and share it with the board.
Or should you?
You wouldn't, I mean, that's kind of, it doesn't have any relevance because that's your advice as a general person, not, right?
Thank you.
It should be pretty clear, I guess, I would hope.
Let's move on. Yeah, can we move?
Yeah.
Thank you, Corey, that is helpful.
Is there any more discussion on this VLCT response?
No.
Director's computer information recovery. Results. I would like to report success. And it cost $500, and we have copies of the computer, the director's computer, that we haven't been able to get into for over 11 months. And we have an invoice for that. And I've gone through the files, but it hasn't been, it wasn't a complete. The use of a personal email address for library board business has been problematic, and we do not have access to the email address that the director was using for library business. But we do have all the files that were on the computer. And the computer is working, and in the director's space, with a monitor that Vinnie Covino, who was an excellent selection, thank you for mentioning his name, it says he can sell to us for $75. So we can decide if we want to purchase that monitor. It's a little on the small side, but it works and seems okay.
But, so you're saying that it's the broken monitor is there, and that this is a new monitor in front?
You plug
in
it
the
in
monitor
and then
to attach to the other part of the broken computer.
it works, yeah.
I thought we were replacing the broken computer, albeit it's running. It's broken, correct? Like the monitor, the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's functioning as a tower, so it's.
I see.
It would be like a home computer where you have a tower, and at least from my understanding of what you just said, where it's got a screen and a tower, rather than it being an all-encompassing unit.
I think that sounds like a Band-Aid a little bit. I mean, I don't want to necessarily throw out something that's functioning well, but I'm still disturbed by the fact that the computer was taken out and broken into. Did we have copies of Vinnie's report? Did he talk about how he thought it may have been broken?
He did. He said, and this is true, I have to go back to my notes.
Did you write something up?
Yes, he wrote a report.
Okay.
So I said I dropped it, and I also opened it up and removed the hard drive, because I called Karas and Karas, one place, and their response about me taking a computer to them to get into it was, you want us to hack into a computer? We don't do that kind of work. And I realized this sounds really sleazy. Like, can you help us break into this computer? And I realized I could remove this hard drive and simply read the drive and not raise questions trying to figure out how to get into the computer. So I'm with the computer, and I'm trying to figure out how to get into it, and it's got this awkward stand in the back, and I dropped it on its back. Now I want to know if I messed up the spinning disk drive. I opened up the computer, and in that process, I cracked the screen. I removed the hard drive. It was a solid-state disk hard drive. It's hard to tell if those are damaged or not, but they're a lot more rugged than a spinning disk drive. but I did not have a device to read it or to check if it was okay. There was pressure, I felt pressure to get this done quickly.
Oh my God.
Versus
11 months later?
So I called Vinny Cavino, whose name I had, and his response was, can do, can do.
This is just,
That's
just bizarre.
Prepared statement.
But, I mean,
And I transferred the computer to Vinny on the same day.
okay.
Is that a prepared statement? Like you're not just telling us what happened?
I'm telling you what happened.
Okay.
And
Let's
I'm
just,
reading something so I very carefully can protect myself from accusations of you didn't tell us this and you didn't tell us that.
You didn't.
oh, Harley, you can't protect yourself from any of your behavior, but I think that you took, whatever you did to the computer, you did without the board's consent, and I believe that you're responsible to replace the computer as the one that we had, I would like replaced, and I'd like you to pay for it, period. I don't know if you want to send us a written copy of your statement, but it doesn't really flush out compared to what we experienced in last month's meeting, and I'm not really sure. I'd like to read Vinnie's report as well, but that is some kind of a rationale for your behavior. Your behavior in its entirety was inappropriate. So it doesn't really matter what your rationale was, it was wrong. Period. Don't need to hear any of that, frankly.
I see that you're not open to understanding that, and I understand. However...
No, you don't see that I'm not open to understanding that. Those are incorrect words. Just to be clear, since semantics matter. So it's not a refusal of me to understand. It doesn't matter what you say. What I do know is that your actions were not by the order of the board. It doesn't matter.
The action was by order of the board to get the information off of the computer.
We can go back if you'd like, because you're wrong.
Go ahead and back.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Please, okay.
The action was to bring it to somebody to repair, and we also questioned why we didn't do it 11 months
it
ago.
was to
There's
get
no
the
excuse for it.
information off of the computer.
I'm not.
Zero.
I do find, in my recollection,
Please,
Harley,
don't.
the timeline doesn't work.
It doesn't matter what he's saying. All what matters is what happened.
In my recollection, that timeline doesn't work because, or unless, you told us at the meeting that you dropped it on the way to bring it into the library at the meeting.
You did.
And then at that meeting, we voted to give it to Vinny to work on.
No, I was given Vinny's name as someone who may be able to help with this.
We instructed you specifically to go to Vinny. We also gave you a cap of $500.
In the October, we had mentioned his name, I think, in September, but in the October meeting, the board voted to allow you to give the computer to him with a $500 cap on the budget to recover see if the computer was salvageable and to recover anything.
Yes, and did that occur?
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Did that occur?
No, I'm still talking.
Wrong question.
I'm still talking. That is the timeline
really
rather than what you presented in your statement.
Okay.
I think your
Listen
statement
to what you said.
talked about.
Okay, and tell me the importance of that.
I'm just to clarify, because it doesn't sound, I mean,
Wait, I can tell the importance of that.
Okay.
You just gave us a whole diatribe of what happened in your rationale.
Diatribe?
I'm sorry, a dialogue. But at the last meeting, it took 8 minutes for you to tell us that you had already broken, I guess now you're saying, you did tell us that you broke it on like something about the car. You dropped it. But now you're telling us you flopped it, but then you decided to get all the interior work out, the drive out, and did more, just check this or that. You didn't mention a single word of that. We said...
That's right.
No. And you should have.
Why should I?
Because it's our property, the town's property, not your property.
Yes.
So I don't know how to explain why he should have. Does anybody have words for Harley so he can understand why he should have?
Joanne knows.
Please.
Right. I think we need to take a step back. In September, if we read the minutes, Harley has been given approval by the board to locate someone to see if this computer can be accessed. If someone, let's say, not Harley, let's say, I'm not going to say Jody, because you know, his computer's heavy to lift. I'm not going to say Corey, and she's too. Grace, I'm going to pick on you, Grace. If Grace came in and she took this computer without anybody's permission, out of this library. She took it home, she dropped it, she took whatever hammers, screwdrivers she needed, broke into that computer and accessed it. I think we would all say, that's a criminal action. She has taken library property out of the library. She has had no permission. She has damaged this property. I'm sorry, I think it's a criminal action.
I happen to agree with you.
Oh, a criminal action,
Because you have taken library property that does not belong to you.
with the board's permission.
No, the board did not give you permission to remove it. In September, the minutes said you were to locate somebody
Yes,
who could access the computer.
Right.
Locate somebody.
now what does that imply?
That means getting on the phone or on the, and
Yes.
Googling.
Yes, okay,
That's
and then
what it
what?
implies.
And then what do you do?
And then you.
And then you come back to the board and say, okay, I found this person from Granville, we got this person from town, we got somebody from Manchester.
And Joanne, do you remember?
Information.
Do you remember at
You don't
October's meeting?
actually get the job done?
Do you,
No, because you've got to get board approval.
do you remember at the October meeting that Harley then said, oh, I remember why I didn't act, because I didn't have board approval, because the guy that he did contact was more expensive than he thought was warranted. He actually said that in the October meeting. Oh, I remember why I didn't act. It was because I didn't have board approval. And then we spoke for 8 minutes more. Then we spoke for 8 minutes more. And then you told us I already had broken it. So you're not making sense.
Okay.
And now we hear that you were.
Oh, a criminal action.
You were, it's not your
It's
property.
not your property.
Do you know what that means, Harley?
It belongs
What
to
does
the
that mean?
library.
What does
You
that
tell
mean?
me, because you keep repeating it. I'm asking you, do you know what it means?
And I think
Do you know what it means?
please don't be
No.
so antagonistic to both the public and the board. She is saying something that's a
I'm
statement.
not being attacked. Look, I broke the computer.
No, you didn't.
I removed the hard drive.
There you go.
And my rationale for removing the hard drive was to save the money of $75 an hour to read the hard drive.
This is
But you're
bizarre.
not,
You have
But
no
that's
proof.
not your position to
Harley?
do that. You would have to ask the board
This-
for, get board permission.
Permission, so when you got the charge to get the information off of the hard drive,
No, you know.
get the information off the computer, what's important here?
You were screwing around with it at home. That's what you were doing.
Listen, it's important, the thing is, we've all,
I was working in my professional capacity as a librarian, and I took that computer out of my office and brought it home and worked on it, I would have lost my job, I would have had charges against me.
Okay, question for you. You're working in a library and somebody needs access to the computer and you refuse to provide the password. Isn't that theft?
No, we're not talking about.
Oh, I am.
That
No,
is-
I'm talking about
That is
it.
the crux of the matter.
Keep in mind
that is not the
where
matter
this
at all.
came
It's
from.
not
It is the
relevant.
matter.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, because
It
we
isn't.
don't have the password.
But take it to have the computer guy come here.
But hold on.
Talk to the board.
Joni,
But
that is
why
not,
did the computer need to
That
be
is
opened
not-
in the first place?
that's not the point.
Yes, it is, because that is also,
Would you have done what he did?
I'm saying, why was the computer,
Would you got the screwdriver?
Sue,
Take it home
why
and break it?
was the computer locked in the first place?
that is irrelevant.
Why was it,
It's
yes, it
totally
does,
in a
because that is
court law,
also a criminal
irrelevant.
offense. That is, yes, it is. Actually, it is. Childs versus the state of California, it is.
Well, but we've got this guy.
People versus Childs,
This
yes.
guy
Too bad we didn't mediate
on the
in the
library
beginning.
board
Well,
that needs to
too bad.
resign because
Right.
he's incompetent.
Okay.
He lies, he withholds information.
I'm just saying
withholds
that
this is all
information.
true.
it's 11 months.
Months at a
could have
time.
gone it sooner.
Joni is right.
11 months.
A month at a time.
11 months it has been,
11 months without
because it's,
having
the
it.
password had been withheld.
That's
The password had been withheld.
So then he-
It had been asked for, it has been withheld.
You did not ask her.
Yes, we did. She said it in a meeting. She said, why would I help you?
Well, there's that.
So, no, why you would help us is because you were an employee. Whether or not your contract was terminated or not, you are an employee.
Negotiated with her.
You are an employee.
Hold on, I don't really think, I understand.
That doesn't matter.
This
It
really,
does matter. It is of consequence.
Does that
I'm saying that I just want to start.
You don't need to raise your voice.
I'm raising my voice because I'm being yelled at.
Joni, it's not that it is part of the story, but it is not the story that we're talking about. I understand
No,
why
I know
we're in
why
the
you're
position we're
focusing on
in. Don't
this
interrupt me.
particular story.
Don't interrupt me. This particular story is horrendous, Harley, horrendous behavior. I understand the 11 months and the frustration, and we've been sitting here for, like, not being able to get into those accounts, not paying bills on time. Hold on.
We didn't have
But
access
those-
to email
that
addresses
is-
that we need. We didn't have access
Listen to me.
bills that we need.
All
You're
those
right.
things I understand, but that does not mean that I would ever, in a million years, do what Harley did. And he needs to be held accountable for what he did.
And what does that mean? I mean, turn that into action. What action should be
Resign from the
taken?
board. Resign
Well,
from
a
the
minimum.
board. You're incompetent. You've withheld information about this.
I'm asking a board member,
At a minimum, I believe that you should replace the computer that you broke.
And
may I suggest the value of the computer, $700, gets spent, gets given by me to the library, together with what the balance might be to acquire a laptop
don't let him
that
out
is
of it.
suitable to the director.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
No.
No.
Don't let him out of it.
Absolutely
His behavior.
no. So,
Why?
replace the computer. Vinny did not.
Why? A laptop is
I
more
wanna see-
useful for us right now.
because I want you to replace what you broke, and I want to see from Vinny what the value is, period. I don't want to hear that from you that it's 700. I want to see actual hard numbers of a replacement.
Then go find those numbers.
No, you go find those numbers.
No, you do if you want to see the information.
I can't wait for as many people as possible. I'm going to be spreading this meeting with timestamps to as many people as I possibly can. I can't believe that you would ever support this behavior. I can't believe that anybody would support this behavior. I am embarrassed for you, Harley. You don't even see it yourself. This is a perfect example of how you have cost our town a tremendous amount of money and emotional discourse. I mean, a tremendous amount of money. More money than you could even fathom. Not just lost grants, but that major grant that went out was one of a lifetime. I hold the whole board accountable for that. You all knew about that in May 2023. There's no way, no.
I would like to speak to that, because please let me speak. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
I heard that there is another ARPA grant coming down the line. Stop. I heard that there's another ARPA grant coming down the line. I called the grant office from the Vermont VT Lib because we didn't have yet access to the computer. And so I wanted to see if they had the preliminary grant that Lindsay said that she submitted so that we could have something to build off of. I called and I spoke to a young woman who had just started, and she said she would check. And she called back and said there was nothing there. Then her supervisor, the supervisor, called and said that we had submitted nothing in 2023. There was nothing that was submitted in 2023 from the Pawlet Library. So saying that Lindsay saying that she submitted something, there was nothing. There was no preliminaries, there was nothing. So whatever, we had nothing. So whether it was
Are you saying there's another grant coming?
There's another grant coming in January.
Another grant, RFP.
Your point is good. Your point is good.
Point of order has been raised.
We are not supposed to be this is not what we're talking about.
Okay.
And there's plenty, I mean,
Yeah.
we're gonna fight about something.
So there's another ARPA grant coming down the line in January, and the grant.
Didn't you just say
The
that?
grant,
this is-
I'm sorry, just a second, can I just finish this thought?
No, she's just called a point of order. Please respect that.
Yes, respect.
It is important for us to follow the discussion. Things get lost because it goes all over the place. We should follow what is on topic, and that was this computer.
So I'd like to say, I feel Joey's point is right. It all started when you didn't get the password. And I don't know if Lindsay was required to give you that password or not, but that's kind of mute at this point. But why didn't the board 10 months ago get a professional to access the computer? Why have we wasted 11 months? And then now we've got another disaster on our hands.
How so is it a disaster? We have the information off the computer.
We have a broken computer.
We have a broken computer.
And we have a liar for a board chair.
Thank you
The
for your
last-
comment.
The last
Please wait for
meeting,
public comment.
the last meeting,
Corey, do you know where we are in this discussion? That's your, also your action, your topic.
We were talking about the computer.
Do you have a report from Vinnie?
Yeah, and so I think that we would want to talk about where do we want to go as a board with this, and maybe that's not for tonight, maybe we can table that and come think about it and talk about it for the next meeting. What has been brought up is legitimate, Harley. It's not against you personally. You did the action that broke
Yes.
the computer and
Yes,
took it out of the library. That is legitimate, and we need, as a board, to listen to the public. I've heard a lot of people upset about that, and it goes against our fundraising efforts, honestly, to be having, are we fundraising for a new computer that was broken without permission, right? I mean, I know...
We are not.
Well, okay, but from the report we have, there's a possibility of just using the monitor, and it works. It takes up a little space, but I didn't really think that was a big deal when I was looking at it. Then there's a new computer with the stuff loaded on that is very similar, I guess, to what we have, and that was $750. Those are possibilities going forward for that. I don't know that adding a laptop in is part of the computer repair that you mentioned, but I do, I mean, we all have concern about that statement that you had and the truthfulness of it. I mean, I don't know, that's just troubling for all of us, I think. Well, not all of us, but it confuses the issue, right? It should be fairly simple, but it's like we don't know what to do, and it's kind of a waste of our resources, all of our time and energy.
What is wasting your resources, time, and energy?
Just this kind of, it's obfuscation, you know, it's like putting things out and not just being straightforward. I think that's abusing all of our time and resources and the public as well.
Thank you, Corey. So I would prefer to have Harley replace the computer with it loaded with the information for $750. That's my personal preference.
Can I ask a question, a clarifying question? Thanks. Does it make sense? Is the computer that was there, it seemed like it was important to you to, what I was hearing was purchase the same model. Was that the most up-to-date thing that we could use for the library? Or would it be better to take the funds and see if we can put it to something that would be more relevant and less clunky? Because from when I look at that computer, it looks like it's outdated. And so, is it a one-for-one, or is it a putting money towards something that would be more beneficial toward the library?
I don't know enough about computers. I think that's a question for Vinnie Covino, and about what the relevance of that computer is, about how effective it is, and whether or not there's something that he would recommend we could do better for $750. But really, without that discussion, I would prefer to just have it replaced one-to-one. And then,
thanks for clarifying.
I mean, that just makes more sense and more ease for me, but I'm only one person, so.
I think what you mentioned, Joni, is part of a bigger conversation that we should have. And again, that comes from having a board that can work together without dysfunction, and we can move toward something, the vision. It's like the Adele's computer is more clunky than the other one.
Right.
It seems okay, doesn't it?
I mean, it's clunky. Well, it is clunky, right?
It wasn't.
Oh, I used it. Clunky in the sense of the physical layout.
Joni used that word.
I guess I was thinking that.
Joanne's got something.
I think Joanne's right. It doesn't make sense to go out and replace an old computer with another old model. It's not cost effective in the long run. I mean, I don't know what the computer is.
I don't think so, I think it's...
Clarification on that. The model that Vinnie's offering is a few months old, but is not the same.
It's not old. It's a good
computer.
Yeah.
Well, then in that case, perhaps it's right, but I think Joni's made a good point.
Gordon had a
Sorry. Yes, Gordon?
So the question I had was, are all of the files that were in the computer, they were accessed, so nothing was lost? Is
Unless
that correct?
Vinnie deleted something, everything that was on that computer is now available.
So that it is operating,
Yes.
so it could, you don't have to make a decision tonight on this. It could operate in the next month.
Yes.
Given you've got all of the information. The other thing, I heard that the passwords were on file in the office somewhere.
Not the password for the account on the director's computer. We do have a list of passwords, that it's one of those lists, stuff crossed out. I mean, it's been around for a while, and we have that list, and it's been useful for something. We can't access a Microsoft account, and the verification phone goes to the ex-director, and therefore, I don't know how to get around that. However, I think it can be, I just don't happen to know how to do that.
Right, so the Microsoft Office key hasn't been installed on that computer, but I used it and it was fine outside of that.
We also don't have access to the email that the former director used. She personally created it, but it is used solely as a business account. And so we don't have access to the proprietary information that's on that. And so there has been several times, like with the grant and with different things that have come down, that we haven't been able to access the information we needed because it has been withheld.
Can I just wanted to ask Corey what your opinion is, because I know you said you didn't need access to a laptop, but I feel like if we're talking about computers, that should be part of the conversation.
I would like it to be, it would be very helpful. I do come to the library to do the computer work, but it would be good, I think, at some point to have that.
I'd like to lay out just a concept or something. $700 it seems to be about the value of the computer. Vinnie said, yeah, the computer's $700, but $50 because I put all the information on it. Because that computer's ready to go. And it looks just like the other computer. However, Corey could use a laptop, and the director would prefer to work on a laptop. And I suggest that buying a new laptop, using the $700 plus some amount to get the kind of tool that the director wants to use, and Corey getting the laptop that the director is currently using would be a more beneficial use of the money. But there's no question in my mind that I broke it, I bought it, and the value is $700, and if somebody wants to double check that value and come up with a different number, they're welcome to. That's what I found.
Do we have policy about replacing property or property? No? Okay. I was just curious because you had mentioned that early on, and I don't know what the protocol is for that.
Well, that's just my own. You break it, you take care, you fix your mistakes.
It just is, I mean, I think, to me, those are two separate things in a way. You wouldn't purchase something for the library. You would probably give the value to the library,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then the board would decide how to use the money.
Yes,
And the
yes.
board would also determine, I guess, the actual, whatever it is, replacement value? I don't know.
No, I suggest, like we did with, when the previous director was hired, she chose the computer that she wanted to use. The person that uses the tool, it's my recommendation that we allow them to select the tool, although we indicate a budget, of course. And that's not me purchasing a computer, that's me contributing to the library the value that I cost the library.
Well, I still feel like the computer that was broken should be replaced, and that a laptop, I think that we're not talking about a Macintosh $1,500 laptop, so I think that we can table that to a broader, bigger discussion at another time.
Okay, one short conversation I had with Corey, because I am a Apple fanboy, and I was thinking Mickey Max, but consistency with the software and all the other computers indicates that it should be a Windows machine.
Right.
That's the one thing I learned.
So,
okay, is there anything else to discuss? What have we found? No proposal to the Vermont Department of Libraries, but there was a blank form. I think the first round of that large capital grant was filling out an online form. And it isn't clear to me yet if that form was actually submitted or not, but I assume it was. It was simple. It was 6 pages of simple questions. Do you own the property? Do you lease the property? Things like that. It was not a proposal. I cannot find a proposal that was stated by the previous director that she wrote that was ready to go for the final request for proposals. But the other thing I found was the institutional memory. Everything is on that, from Mary Lou, and I feel that
is valuable.
That was the value.
Is the strategic, the plans for the lift expansion and the strategic plan are on there as well?
I cannot find those as such. It does have a couple of folders marked lift expansion, but it's not a complete, like the architectural work that was done. It's not that. It's the mailings for trying to get the lift expansion ballot item passed back when it was voted on.
So, I'm sorry, are we tabling the computer until next meeting to talk about, or even farther along than that? I don't know. We didn't drop that, but, yeah.
If we're not comfortable to make a motion or make a decision of Harley to replace the broken computer with the same model, with a similar model that Vinnie proposed, then I would like to table it, because I don't know why we wouldn't agree upon that, except for there's question as to whether or not you want to use those funds to diversify.
Yeah.
I feel like he should replace what he broke. And I don't think that a laptop is, especially non-Macintosh laptop, is that expensive.
It shouldn't be. No, I just was curious about.
So I would prefer that Harley, as soon as possible, replace the broken computer and then never remove it again.
Can we make a suggestion that by the next meeting, we have, Harley, would you bring 3 different options for us to choose from: a laptop-based option, a direct replacement for what was broken, like same model, and something that would be possibly in the same realm, so that we can choose between, we have a choice of 3.
Who's bringing those 3 options?
You.
Oh.
No?
What was the third one?
Oh, you want me to do it? I can do it. I can look. I'll talk to Christine and ask her.
The public might
Okay.
more comfortable
Okay.
if another board member took over the computer issue. And I think as far as accessing the files, this is a job that should be done by Christine.
Yeah.
I don't know how,
And you had said not moving it, but if the intention is to get a laptop, that would leave the library. Lauren?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You had said not moving the computer, but if if it gets replaced with a laptop, that would be moved.
I don't want to even think about that until we make a decision next
So
month.
at the next board meeting, I will come and I will have three,
Right?
three options, and I'll talk to Christine and ask for her input so that we can make sure that it is.
And then, would you talk to Vinnie as well? So we give Joni permission to talk to Vinnie and Christine. Obviously, you don't need permission to talk to Christine, but although, I guess if it's not Harley, you do need permission to represent the board by talking to Christine about the computer. Thanks for doing that.
And then we're abandoning then the monitor for $75.
I don't know if this is appropriate. We have a cache of old monitors and things in my house. I can look and see if we have a adequate or better replacement for what's there, if that suits the board, and if not.
How much you charge?
It would be, I might even pay you to take it off my hands. So, yeah, would that work before we decide? So I'll do some research into that, and at the next meeting, I will either bring a laptop.
I'm sorry, you mean just a monitor?
A monitor.
I'm not comfortable with the broken equipment out there with a monitor.
But what I'm saying is until we can.
I mean, the monitor there is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to worry about that.
We have to buy it, I mean, we have to.
Oh, the monitor for $75?
Yeah. So
Oh,
she's
okay, I
saying not to
misunderstood,
do
I'm
that.
sorry, okay. I understand now.
Question?
Harley?
Oh, yes, Martha?
On this agenda item, it has Harley, Corey. Corey, have you had a chance to look at the files yourself?
On the computer, yes. Just briefly, Harley and I looked at them together.
And someone suggested that also Christine should be looking at these past files.
She has access to it.
So Corey, in your opinion, what effect did the previous library directors withholding the password for 11 months, what effect has that had on the function of the library?
I can't really answer to that because I haven't been on the board. I can talk about the effects of all of it, but I don't think you want me to. So, yeah. I personally think that, again, and I said this at the last meeting or meeting before, that if the librarian had something that the library wanted, then that would be a way to initiate mediation. So I don't know about the functionality. I mean, there were a lot of problems not having a director for 11 months. Yeah. And we have on the agenda succession plan. I don't know that we'll get to that, but I brought this up at the last meeting. That is a failure of leadership, that there was not a way to step in and run the library the second the director was gone. I mean, that's kind of irresponsible, you know? Wish that a library...
Are you able to make a report on the files that are on that computer for next month?
I don't...
So we get more of an idea of what was being withheld?
I think that's the director's job it's the director's computer. The files that I'm working with are the budget and the warrants and that sort of thing. That's what I've been working with.
But those were also on that computer that you didn't have the password?
Not the ones that I'm working with.
Catherine had that.
Yeah, Catherine had them on her personal laptop.
Oh, Catherine.
Or her personal computer.
Which she shouldn't have.
Right. So, Anyway, I do believe that as the board, we should have a plan for all of the positions to be replaced or stepped into, all of the officers as well, a procedure. How do we do things? I'm creating it on my own out of just trying to figure it out and coming up with it. What does it mean to be a treasurer? What are your duties? What's the list of bills? We don't have that. So I think that that's valuable for the whole board to do, and that's on the agenda.
So does the rest of the board agree that Christine is the person responsible to report to the public what was on that director's laptop that was not available for 11 months?
It wasn't a laptop, it was
a computer. I mean, I thought you meant to look at the computer to see what is needed, but I mean,
I guess I don't understand what this question.
I don't know either. I mean,
Oh, I have an answer.
Is that
Carlos can
the
answer.
previous library director obstructed the rest of you from being able to access the files on whatever was her computer by withholding the password.
well, actually,
So
that
the
computer
public is very interested in what those files were. Could someone make a report next month?
the computer was accessible as we did without Lindsay giving us the password, right? So we were able to do that. It was a failure of the board to authorize that starting in, a year ago.
But it cost us $500.
Well, it would have probably, it could have been less.
What it
depending
did
on
cost was $500.
Depending on the injury to the computer.
Digging around.
No.
And I would like to mention that the director is the one who will make the most use out of the files that are on the computer and would be the one going through it, and if a report is needed, I guess so, although it would be, I think, kind of filled with the minutia of being a library director.
And she might not know what she would have needed,
Well, just to be familiar with what's available for
Sure,
institutional.
right. There's a lot of paper too.
Particularly the Pawlet community has understood that for 11 months, no one was able to access the director's computer.
No one tried.
And I'm thinking there must be some repercussions of your not being able to access it. And maybe someone could make some kind of statement to the community of what that consequence
of the board.
It's a failure of the board,
actually. So if you were chastising the board for that, that's accepted, I think. I mean, I wasn't a part of the board at that time, but.
And so, let me get this right, do you, in your opinion, the previous director has no responsibility?
I'm not saying that. I'm not on trial either. I mean,
I'm asking you if that's what you're saying. You're blaming the board for malevolent actions taken against the library.
Stop, Harley. You're not aware of your tone and your face. I don't think you're aware of the way you're speaking to Corey.
I guess not, because I'm hearing this from you and her, and
that's why I'm asking you to.
Videos
Just encourage Joanne. I'm seeing bullying going on here. I'm feeling, sitting in the audience, very uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Watching what's going on up here and the way you're speaking to this young woman. She's only been here for 3 months. And I think she's doing a very good job. I think she's, as she said, spending lots of hours and working hard to put a budget together that's acceptable.
Thank you.
But what I find is so uncomfortable is watching the manner that you are speaking to this young woman. We're all volunteers here, and I find the same thing happening sometimes in the audience. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to say good night.
Thank you. Good night.
You're leaving already? Bob?
I have a question that Joni brought up. It's been published that the previous director, we lost out on some really big grants a year or two ago. And when you called up about them,
you were told that we did not.
According to
submit.
This is off topic though, and we're exhausted. We still have to go into executive session.
This is another topic. Quickly, I think it's very significant that
According to the records
it's been published that we lost all kinds of grants.
We did.
But we didn't because we hadn't.
We had. I think maybe you heard Harley say
No,
that.
I said it too because
No, I know, but Harley said on the computer there was like a 6-page preliminary thing that you think was.
It was blank.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was downloaded from VT Live.
We don't know.
No, but Jody called up the people, not the computer.
Because I had heard from a different library that they had heard that there was more grants coming down the pike, and I wanted to see if they would be applicable to us. Because we were feeling the loss, I was feeling the loss of the capital grant so acutely, and so I wanted to see if there was any continuity, because we still didn't have access. The records had not been yet in hand from Vinnie, and so I was seeing if they had any records for us to see if we could build upon the work that Lindsay had done. And I was shocked to hear that there was nothing even preliminary, no preliminary results even turned in last year. Well, it was during Lindsay's. I said during 2024, and I said no, not 2024, 2023, and they went back to 2023, and during all of 2023 there was nothing.
I don't know.
But, sorry, I have a question. Was this before or after you got clarification on speaking? Before or after you got clarification on representing the board to the public or to an entity like that?
It was before.
Okay.
Now, right.
So valid. I mean, we need, as a board, to decide if we want to investigate that or to just have Christine work on it as the director. But it's just hearsay. I mean, it's not really. It wasn't authorized, and we don't know. We don't have a report from the library. We have them telling you and you telling us, but it's hearsay.
Okay, I'm just saying. I guess the thing that I was excited to report was that there was more capital grants coming down the pike, and that was.
And that's something that Christine should find.
Yes,
pretty easily. That's her job.
But it's also our job in the bylaws is to help secure funding for the library. So I was taking that charge on because it is in the bylaws. So it is within our purview to.
But you were investigating as to whether or not there was a preliminary.
That was
not what I was doing. The thing I was doing was I was calling to say, I heard that there was a grant coming down the pike. We don't have access to the computer.
How did you hear of that?
I heard from it from other librarians because I go and we are well traveled with Vermont libraries, and I heard rumblings, and I was like, we don't have access to the computer. We don't have institutional memory. Maybe VT Live does, and it would allow us to, because from where I understood, we didn't have anything to build for a grant. So I was like, well, maybe.
Okay.
And so I was calling to say.
But Corey, but wait, hold on. So before you talk more about it, do we want to investigate or do we want to table it? What are we doing? Because I don't want to just talk anymore about like stuff that.
Right, I think that's right. That was kind of editorializing rather than saying the actual thing.
What is the business before the board right now?
Sorry.
What are we working on right now?
Do you want to?
We were talking about whether or not this it should be done by the board or to Christine to look for grants for the library.
Oh, okay. Let's table, if people don't mind, let's table that.
Okay, I'm up next with the possible retreat mediation.
Can we
can
table that?
Yeah, we can table it, but I have a handout for you guys to just help, little handout, and I could email everybody, and then you can email me individually, just so we can continue to get the going instead of just having, okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll table the discussion.
I don't know if this is helpful. I spoke to somebody who's on the board of the Manchester Library, and they just had a board retreat 2 weekends ago. And I didn't know if it would be helpful for us to talk to other libraries and see who's hosting the retreats and who is mediating and how that's going. They had
I think that, well, you know what? I guess if you want to if we want to create a working group. Otherwise, you can leave, I have some pretty good information from Kevin Unrath about how to proceed, and I think that, but, you know, it's always good to hear people's experiences, if they have worked with a particular mediator or somebody they think that is effective, but I also don't want everybody going out and doing the same work. You know what I mean?
Mine was tangential that I was at an event and they were like, oh, I'm
and
on
I have
your
friends on the board. I actually know a bunch of people down there also, and I felt like because they're not a municipal board, it's significant, and they have a very, very different budget, that it just is not really the same thing.
Okay, I just didn't know if...
So anyway, but we're gonna table it. But that's some homework for everybody to look at, and I'll send out an email to spark everybody's interest in talking about that more. And then the other thing so we're tabling that.
So website project update and path forward, I would like to table.
Yes, please.
Update on accessibility grant received. Corey, I'm not sure what you wanted to say about it. Could we table it, please?
Well, it was just a brief statement that we did have the money. It was deposited to our account.
Thank you.
That was
not known. Happy to table window washing, only because I'm still waiting for one more person to come up, and I'm gonna also contact the other person's name that Joanne.
I emailed it to you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great. So we'll table that as well.
Director's evaluation, a plan, that's me. I started looking up information. I don't have anything. And
I have something. Take one and pass it down. This I found, Corey and I found here at the library. It's extremely thorough, and I think that we should all take a peek at it and table it for discussion for next month, or do you want to take action, or?
She's supposed to be evaluated on December 1st.
Right, that's right.
I want to table it until December.
Okay, so she was supposed to be evaluated on December 1st, but do we make a motion to evaluate her after December 3rd, so that?
No, to have her evaluation completed by would be may I suggest that as a motion?
Right, yeah, let's make a motion to have an evaluation completed by December 5th, or like
1 week after December 3rd?
So December 10th?
Yes.
All right, I make a motion that we have the evaluation, Christine's evaluation completed on December 10th, by December 10th. Anyone else second it?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Cool.
Thank you. The fundraising effort, if we want to get it out early December, then we have to talk, I think we have to talk about it now, but if we think that a different date for getting that fundraising letter out is better, then we can defer the discussion until early December.
Well, personally, I'm comfortable with deferring because I feel like we've already done enough fundraising for the year. I understand like the way the budget operates and projections, that might be complicated, but I just...
No, it isn't.
It isn't. Okay, so I'm comfortable with it being tabled. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know. I think Joni's asleep.
Did Joni fall asleep?
Nope.
She wants
Okay.
Just quiet.
It is tabled?
Is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Tabled.
Okay, are we supposed to vote on that? Public comment. Sue?
Yeah, I'm surprised. The computer, breaking the computer, taking it apart at your house, not talking to the board about it. The last meeting that we had, it took 8 minutes for you to say that you dropped it. You never mentioned that you took it all apart, that you were rattling around with it, and I don't even know what doing with it or where your head was at. But it just is part of a long line of holding back information, not being forthcoming with information, trying to make things so confusing that we're all saying, what the heck is he talking about? And then later, a month later, we find out that you took the computer apart and you've been, did this with the hard drive and this and that and the other thing. Well, that's not the way people should behave. That's not the way a board member should behave or a board chairman. and I know I've said this many times, and it's just, and I'm going to keep saying it, because every month, it's just a pattern of the way you behave, that you have no respect for the board, you have no respect for the library, and you just do things on your own without thinking ahead. It started with firing Lindsay, and it comes up to today with the taking the computer all apart and not telling us about it a month ago when we were talking about it in a meeting, and then we find out about it because Vinnie Cavino discovered it, and so then you had to admit it. So Harley, you need to resign. You're making a fool of yourself here. You need to not be on the board. You need to resign. You're costing the town money. You're an embarrassment, and you should not be on the board. That was a comment.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? Reflection of operating norms?
Sorry, we need the motion, we need an action item of allowing me to present the salaries as discussed in the executive session to the select board on the 19th.
However, I have a problem.
Okay.
I see the file, but I can't open it on my iPad.
Which file?
Oh, the file where I actually wrote down the salaries and the hours?
Okay, but as discussed.
Oh, okay, we can say as discussed?
You can send that to me?
Oh, take that as an action to send, to remind everyone what we did, but do we want a motion to say as discussed, to be able to send it to the town treasurer?
What I need is
An action motion for Corey.
To allow me to represent the board, bring the salaries to the select board at the November 19th meeting.
Ah!
The salary requests, or
I
that's
see.
when they want them.
Well, may I suggest handing them to Julie days ahead of that?
No, I've talked to her about it. It's presented to the select board.
Okay, last year she asked for information ahead of time, but then I did present it to the select board and made the request.
Okay, she just told me to present it to the select board.
I see, okay.
I can verify that, but...
And you're saying that that's what it says in the bylaws?
It says that it's the duty of the treasurer. I was looking for something else and I saw it, and
okay.
I have it here.
Okay. Yes.
But I was wondering if, yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, but anyway, when I saw it, I was talking to Julie and then that came up.
Okay.
And she clarified that that had been Catherine in the past.
I see. Thank you.
Can I make a motion to ask Corey to present the salary suggestions to the select board at the December 19th meeting?
November.
Oh, sorry.
As we had discussed in executive session last meeting.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Corey, for avoiding that problem of not addressing that. Thank you.
Sure.
Focus on agenda items. Agenda topics is the operating norms. Be open-minded. Respect each other. Value different viewpoints. Be responsive and responsible to our community. Make decisions based on data and facts. Listen to each other. Be reflective. Run meetings that respect time, have concise agendas, and are transparent.
So, do we want to talk about areas that we can improve? I mean, we speak about those in the beginning of the meeting, at the end of the meeting, but we don't actually address where we're failing and falling short, which is almost every item.
I definitely think that just stating the operating norms isn't helpful, and we should have reflection as it's stated on the agenda, I think. Yeah. So.
Well, I, for one, will talk about
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I think that I could have definitely gotten less emotional and less upset at times. I think it's, for me, I know it's more effective to communicate without the addition of emotion and tone. That can be, that can really sabotage what I'm trying to get across. So I apologize to my fellow board members and the public who aren't here anymore, but Sue and Gordon. I'm gonna try to get better at that. I'm gonna try to be more aware of that and the way I address my fellow board members and trying to get my points across.
I have no perception of my tone or facial expressions, and I realize my face is providing closed captions. And I don't have a clear perception of it. I think I'm speaking reasonably.
You really can't tell the difference between that and then when
I
you were...
can, but I don't think that the other's like over the line.
You should watch a meeting, Harley. If you, maybe that would help. Do you ever watch them?
I know,
You should.
I get sick to my stomach thinking about watching a meeting.
I didn't want to, but I did just to know what I was following up on or needing to follow up on. And I think it's pretty important.
For self-awareness.
Pretty easy, yeah. You can figure things out.
The accessibility is excellent.
No, I'm saying when you're watching it, it helps to see where things go wrong and yeah, I don't watch, this is the only one that I watch, but it is very helpful, and I think things get dropped off sometimes, so it's easier for me to watch it and pick things back up that we're supposed to follow up on.
I find that when I read the minutes.
Because I do it for you.
I commit to watching parts of this meeting, not all 4 hours and 32 minutes. And I appreciate your comment, Corey. Anyone else have any reflections on that?
I do want us to be more responsive to the community. I know even just when I was not on the board, there were things that people asked for, like the 360 review from Rhonda, and I know that's part of our board work that we're talking about doing, but I would like us to sort of identify those big groups and then address the public and say what we are doing. Just say, we've heard from you about that this is a problem, here's what we're doing as a board to combat that or fix it or to, mediate.
Okay. Any other reflections from anyone? Next regular meeting is 3rd of December. I will present a draft of the annual report to the town, to the board, ahead of the meeting for your review, and we can discuss it then. And there is no need for executive session.
Can you explain why?
It was realized that the contract was written in such a way that we didn't need to modify the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Why was it on, I guess, then? I didn't know why.
I didn't realize that the contract, I'd forgotten, I'd read the contract about a bazillion times, forgot that we wrote it this way. Christine will be working more hours.
Oh, yes, okay. That was a question for the, I wasn't sure where that would come up. So, and so then, will that be during open hours of the library or during, when it's closed, but at the library?
Some during when it's closed, if there's grant work to be done or that kind of work, and during, mostly during open hours, because Adele's hours will be cut back.
Okay. And that was, you were, I guess I'm confused, but you wanted to amend it to change the hours?
I thought the contract would need amendment to allow her to switch to 24 hours a week, but it does not.
It's, if I remember right, it says there's a minimum of 10 hours a week, but a maximum of 24, and so...
Even in this period? Okay.
It just says, just her contract throughout her employment is written 10 hours at minimum, 24 hours at maximum. So
oh, I thought it was a time period, that the first year was up to 12 or something like that, and then the next year was up to 24 hours. So maybe we don't have clarity on that. So you were
yes, we have clarity on it. A minimum of 10 to 14 hours every week, and a maximum of 24 hours is what the contract says.
For the whole entire term? Or
yes.
Okay, wait, sorry, 10 to 14 hours a week, a maximum of 24 hours of time period?
Yes.
Okay, and then I was concerned about the number of hours in the library, because that, she doesn't work every Saturday, so I think it was for a minimum of 5 hours in the library, and so on the Saturdays that she doesn't work in the library, then she's not here 5 hours.
I see.
So that wasn't what you were addressing? Okay.
No. Yeah, there is one Saturday off a month that Adele works instead of... No.
She's changed to the third Saturday of the month, I think, but, so then that, and prior to when they changed, that was out of whack, but the 5 hours in the library,
it was not being achieved every week?
I don't think so.
All right.
It would have been 4
Can I?
I mean, it wouldn't have,
Yes, you
wasn't
can.
scheduled.
6 hours.
Yes, you can.
So, just for clarity, how many hours a week is Christine going to be working going forward?
24 hours a week.
A week or a time period?
A week.
Okay.
24 hours a week.
Yes.
And how much in the library?
I don't know the answer to that offhand.
Do you know it at all? I mean, did you talk to her about it?
I will.
Oh, wait, okay.
I'm confused because the contract that I...
24 hours a week, 48 hours.
Look at the contract again, and if you're still confused, email me.
It's covered.
Okay.
No, and Joni just pulled up the contract. It seems, it seems...
Would you like me to read it aloud? Would that be helpful?
I can read it actually. Are there 2 different points where it talks about the hours?
I'm sorry.
So go ahead. It says for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, which runs from July 1st through June 30th June, your salary will be $25 an hour. The minimum work week will be 10 hours per week, or 20 hours per pay period. The maximum work week will be 24 hours per week, 48 hours per pay period. Payment will be on a bi-weekly basis by check. So we don't need to amend to say that it is.
And is there a point that it says that for the first part, that it's 5 hours need to be on site in the library? Because I remember it being discussed.
After July 1st, 2025, the expectation is that your work week will typically be 24 hours per week, 48 hours per pay period. After July 2025, a minimum of 20 hours per week must be worked on site.
That's where, so that's the confusion, because it says after July 1st, 2025,
Right.
it goes to those hours.
So what it's saying is that until then, she can have, it could be.
I think Corey has a point.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I just, I'm
I think you have a point. it doesn't indicate that for this period of switching to 24 hours, do we need to amend the contract or, and go into executive session to discuss that? Although we discussed just about every aspect of it already.
Well, is that the proposal? I mean, if that is new, I didn't know about it. So you're proposing to change her hours to be more hours than she's currently working?
No. She is going to be working more hours than she's currently working.
I mean,
That's what you just said.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, it's just,
she's going to, you're not proposing it, she's deciding to? Is that what you mean? I don't understand the difference from what I said to what you're saying.
What we don't have is how many hours are going to be worked in the library. And we were careful about specifying that before, and with this expanded work schedule, it hasn't been specified. So
Where is the expanded work schedule coming from, though? I guess that was the question, the follow-up. Is that from, are you asking for it, or is she asking for it, or is it, how is that being determined?
she has asked, she has said that she intends to work 24 hours a week. I asked her, well, have you worked it out with your colleagues? She says yes.
Okay, for some reason, I guess I thought since the agreement, I didn't realize that we would have the ability to do, to change it. I thought that was stated that she would be working 12 hours a week.
No.
But, so we have the ability to ramp up until July 1st, and then it's actually expected. There's flexibility until July 1st, and then July 1st it's expected. After July 2025, a minimum of 20 hours per week must be worked on site in the library. So it is addressed there.
Yes.
You said it, I thought you said it wasn't. Okay.
No, it wasn't addressed during this period now, because it says after July 1st, 2025. So I think that should be clarified with her.
Did Christine say she planned on working in the library? In that 24 hours that she's taking on? Did she say, I'm going to be coming in?
Those weren't words that I heard her say, but I will clarify with her.
So now, this is the initial period of reduced hours, but then after the reduced hours, it just says 10. I would like a conversation about the amount of hours in the library versus remote, as far as...
And is 20, it seems to me, since we wrote 20 for after July 1st, if she's switching to 24 hours a week, 20 seems like the appropriate number for in the library. Is there a different number that people are thinking of?
No, I wouldn't want it to be remote. I mean, part of the task is to establish community roots, and I think that that's important to be in the library to do that.
Yes, and I believe that's actually what motivated the thinking for specifying it in the contract. Presence.
Right. So is this going to be, will we have a schedule, and will it be the same, or is it just ad hoc, or?
I don't know. I haven't asked her how she's going to manage the actual operations.
Okay. So she has the flexibility to...
Well, that's in her purview.
Right. So then we don't need, that's just going forward. Are we announcing that that's gonna happen then, so that the public knows that, that there are going to be more hours?
Since this isn't executive session, it's in the minutes.
Right, I just thought you might want to make
A splash?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Some kind of
people might
statement.
want to.
I mean, I don't want-
Because
I
the
don't-
librarian does a lot more different stuff than Adele does, like, you know, so like if she's here more hours than, like, for research or like things that Joanne's talked about in previous meetings, it's, people should know. They might be really interested to come and meet her and spend.
That's a good point. I didn't think of it, and I will suggest that to her, to announce this kind of
And Nina,
flash
if she
up.
could tell Nina to maybe put it out there.
Could we ask for, in the December meeting, that Christine makes a proposal?
Oh, good idea.
That she makes a proposal for what the schedule is going to be going forward.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be great. I'm confused why it wasn't in this
and also
report.
like to promote it.
But, yeah.
And to promote it.
Yeah, no, I like that.
But just so we have action.
There we go.
So what was that, Julie?
I'm asking that for the December meeting, that Christine has a proposal of what hours and availability will look like.
Sorry, I just didn't hear it.
Forward.
I personally would like to see an actual schedule on the calendar of who
I would too.
when, because sometimes it changes and it's helpful if you're
And that'd be
trying
easier for you and I to come up with, you know, if we know, if there's a set schedule that we know Christine's gonna be in the library, it'd be easier for Joni now to come work with her.
Right.
Instead of,
And me too, because Wednesdays
you.
have been problematic for me.
that's like a great idea, Joni. So that's homework for
Can somebody repeat Joni's idea, except Joni?
I think to ask Christine to come prepared to the December 3rd meeting with an idea, with her schedule, with what it's gonna look like, her additional hours and availability, and perhaps a method of promoting that in the public.
When was she talking about starting the 20 hours,
24.
24 hours?
I am not sure of the exact date of starting.
Okay.
My kids love her.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
If this subject is complete, then is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Corey's just
Discussion?
making it up, are you kidding?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?